tudom. Tessék? Nem, az egy ilyen baromi izé. Yes. Okay. Okay. I think it is still good morning. No? Good morning, everybody. And it's indeed a great pleasure to chair the first opening part of the conference, which is going to consist of some very important ideas as openings. Then we have a keynote talk from Salvatore Engel-Di Mauro, who is going to do it online from Chile before he's flying back to the US, I think. So that's also kind of a challenge. Hope everything is going to work very well. And then one more thing, which is important, I can see there are, we have been thinking about this. The epidemic is not over. So there are some masks, and in case it is not bothering you, you may take one of them in case you are not speaking, of course. So that's also optional as a kind of a safety rule to continue. So with this, I give the floor to our beloved partners with whom we have been cooperating for so long, so fruitfully. Rosa Luxemburg Stiftung. And then here we have Daniela Kurkova, who has been helping this event to come into being. And she's going to speak on behalf of Joanna Gwiazdecka, who is unfortunately not with us, but I can promise next year we have the same conference, so she's going to be here, right? So with this, I give the floor to Joanna and to Daniela, of course.
So hello, everybody. Good morning. So I'm Daniela Kurkova from Rosa Luxemburg Stiftung. Yeah, can you hear me? Yeah, I'm not used to speak on the microphone, so you have to maybe push me to do it better. So it's a great pleasure to be here and to open this conference on behalf of Joanna Gwiazdecka. Unfortunately, she cannot be here with us, but she would love to, but she has some other duties, so excuse her. And I'm sort of substitute. So, and I have a speech which was written by her. So I'm going to read it for you now from my mobile phone. I hope it will work. Okay. So now I'm Joanna. Dear comrades, it's a great pleasure to open this conference. I would like to express many thanks to Karl Polanyi Research Center and to all colleagues that prepared this event, especially to our dear friend Attila Melegh. Thank you, Attila, for all your help. Speaking about alternatives to capitalism seems to be an extravagance, but still something started to change even in the mainstream. For example, new attitude to the capitalist work appeared in some countries that is called silent quitting. The young generation refuses to copy the style of life that glorified work in the current system. Silent quitting means not to accept the slavery conditions under which so-called good work is more important than the quality of life. Also, the icon of young generation Greta Thunberg promoted recently her new climate book in London that appealed to overthrow the entire capitalist system. This system leads us to climate crisis as a system of colonialism, imperialism, oppression, genocide, of racist, oppressive extractions. So in this conference, let's call together for a shift change. We need to increase of democracy in workspaces. We want to occupy bigger space that works differently than capitalism and that will not be pushed away by anyone in power. And we, as a Rosa Luxemburg Stiftung in Prague, are honored to be part of such an important actions and debates. I wish us and all of you a fruitful and inspiring conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed. I hope you can hear me well. And now comes something very special. we have been always in contact with Kori Polanyi Levitt. She is already 99 years old. In June, she's going to be 100 years old. She was born in 1923, and she has seen all these experiments with non-capitalist systems in vivo, in life. And she was kind enough to send us a greeting, which I'm going to read loud, right? So now let's listen to her. And I have a suggestion that maybe either a poster or something, everybody signs it for Kori Polanyi Levitt, which I will send directly with snail mail to Canada, that she can receive, that we are thinking of her very dearly. Okay, so let me read what she has written. Note of greetings. Please accept my compliments to the Karl Polanyi Research Center and all the other sponsors of this important conference. I respectfully ask you to dedicate the proceedings to the memory of my parents, Karl Polanyi and Ilona Duczyńska-Polanyi. My parents, Karl and Ilona, who have given me life and a happy childhood, growing up in Red Vienna, where they encouraged me to belong to the Kinderfreundschaft. I remember the wonderful meal at the restaurant in the summer gardens. When I was on my way to school, I noticed that the clock at the Pratersten had come to a stop. I turned around and went back home because I saw this was the beginning of a general strike of the working class of Vienna. At home, my mother told me I would be in charge of the family because she had other work to do. She gave me some paper money and I went to the local grocery and bought bread and 2 kilos of potatoes. At home, I instructed Ergi to fill up everything with water because if the electricity was cut off, water might be cut off as well. Our living room had a bay window and I could see soldiers bringing a cannon down the street. In the background, we heard the shelling of the Gothahof when the lights came back on. My grandmother was very happy, but I was not, because they signaled the end of the general strike and the defeat of the workers. Okay. When I returned to school on the following day, the director of the school was not present, nor were several teachers. They had all been arrested because they were members of the Social Democratic Party. We were summoned to an assembly in the gym and told that we were now members of a new organization called Mittelschule. We were given a pin with red, white, and red stripes that demonstrated the flag of Austria. I later went back to the classroom and my best friend and I both asked to be excused. We went to the coat room and took all the pins of the coats and flushed them down the toilet and went back satisfied that we had taken some actions against the attack on the working class of Vienna. The experiences of February 1934 made a lifetime impression on me. My mother was an activist who played a major role in the Republic of Councils in Hungary in 1919. My friend András Göllner has written a fine description of this important event, which book has just come out. I'm just adding this. My father was a journalist and a social philosopher who greatly influenced my intellectual development. My father considered the soldiers from Vienna to be a major achievement of Western civilization, and in England he found that workers in post-war Vienna had better life than workers in England, than the richest country in the world. The socialist municipal authority of the state or province of Vienna introduced unemployment, insurance, and compensation for industrial accidents, and replaced the tenement slums with social housing by an eminent Austrian architect. These now famous projects were owned by the municipality and financed by taxes paid by owners of private apartment housing and tenants according to the number of servants employed by them. The objective of these policies was to create a socialist society with the encouragement of people to engage in a variety of activities. There were clubs for chess players and the club for folks who enjoyed fishing in the Donau, in the Danube. I like the fact that you are considering possibilities for a universe of diverse ownership of economic activity, including cooperatives. This corresponds to the reality of the diversity of major cities in Europe and the Americas. I hope your conference will not be dominated by the discussion of problems affecting cooperatives. It is precisely the diversity of forms of engagement in economic activity which should challenge our imagination. I wish you a very successful conference with my warmest greetings to good friends, including the important participation of Attila. Yours sincerely, Kari Polanyi Levitt. Thank you very much. I think it's always very difficult to talk after such an inspiring person who is lived so much already. Okay, then I am going to give some ideas why we are organizing this conference, and maybe we can come back to these things. First of all, let me draw your attention to the publication which you can take freely, the publication coming out of the previous conference, because this is not just one conference, but this is a series of conferences which is considering, as Kari Polanyi Levitt, not the problems, but the possible scenarios in which human emancipation can go ahead instead of being in a regressive manner. So what are the reasons why we are organizing, especially this year as well? Following the thoughts of István Mészáros, the deepening structural crisis of capitalism is a very good reason for organize a conference which is able to come up with alternative models in such a crisis. There is a new intensification of wars, increasing number of geopolitical crises produced by capitalist states. As Keyes pointed out yesterday, the capitalist state can be a problem and should be problematized. And we are swallowed into horrible conflicts at the moment. The next point, which I would like to draw your attention, is that there is no social change without, something being born. So we have to reconsider and look at historically the alternative models, and we have to re-evaluate them and revisit them, because it seems that many points have been missed up till now. Especially that's the case with the 20th century and 21st century socialism as mixed systems without forced homogenization and without properly integrating historical change into the analysis. There are no structures without internal historical dynamics, forms decaying and new forms in the making. In some ways, we are always mixed. We need to consider the key preconditions that in alternative capitalist systems, non-capitalist systems, no social form is able to swallow the others without further social emancipation, and we can avoid the pitfalls of long-term coexistence of antagonistic conflicting forms pushing toward authoritarian systems. This, I think, is one of the biggest challenges to think about it, how the flourishing of different forms can come up, what are the key conditions for that, and where are we actually seeing the unfortunate coexistence of different forms which can lead to political authoritarianism. I don't want to go into this, but theoretically, these are all possible. We have already wished to Kari Polanyi everything. I wrote it here as well. The next point I would like to is a very actual point today in Budapest. Let us have solidarity with educators and other workers in Hungary and of course around the world who struggle and protest even today. There is going to be protest this afternoon, and we should express our solidarity toward them. These are teachers who are fighting with a horrible authoritarian neoliberal mixture, which is, of course, it's a natural mixture of an educational system, that. Okay, and one more thing I would like to show is I would like to thank to everybody, to Rosa Luxemburg Stiftung, first and foremost. Then I would like to send all the partner organizations. This is a joint work by Social Research College. I always translate it like this. The most wonderful students at Corvinus University of Budapest and Eötvös Loránd and many other universities, but being in this special college, they have been doing a marvelous things and giving us a lot of hope that there is really a need to talk about things. Great organizers. Eszmélet Journal is a key organizer of this, as you could see, and we are publishing these papers in English and, very importantly, in Hungarian, because we need to reach out to those who are not reading English. And of course, Karl Polanyi Research Center has been also an engine. Let me mention the other supporting organizations, which are very important. You can see it beautifully. There's a brilliant journal called Fordulat, which has published so much of critical stuff already, and they are doing a very good thing. Then we have even representatives from this Observatory of Labor Processes. So Raquel is here with us, who is doing this. Then we have the Periphery Research Center here as well, which is also very important and doing a very good job. Left East is going to publicize many of these things. It's a brilliant internet site which is edited all around the world, but actually located originally in Bucharest, Romania. In the afternoon, we have very good speakers also from the Geopolitical Economy Research Group, which has been an engine of many initiatives all around the world. We have also a public sociology workshop here called Helyzet Műhely, which is collecting some of the brightest young scholars doing critical studies. Then we have the Karl Polanyi Institute of Political Economy in Montreal, which is kind of a home Polanyi organization. This has been led by Margie Mendel, and that's also very important. Then we have, as you could see, that Agnes was talking about the Solidarity Economy Center, very important, because they also mean it that they don't want to deal with the problems, but they want to do something. And then we have the Vienna organization, the I'm trying to read it, the International Society, Karl Polanyi Society. Oh my God, even I am lost with all the partner organizations. And I can't read. Yes, Transform Europe, sorry. I just did not recognize. Transform Europe, who has been doing a lot of work and building up a very important network all around Europe as well. And then we have this one more thing, which I'm lost at the moment, but I'm sure that you can excuse me for that. So with this, I would like to open this, and then I think it's time that we give the floor to Salvatore Engel-Di Mauro, right? And let me just introduce him. Salvatore Engel-Di Mauro is a professor at the Geography Department of SUNY, New Pfalz, and chief editor of a very important journal, Capitalism, Nature, Socialism. His most recent books are Socialist States and Environment, and Urban Food Production for Eco-Socialism, which is at Routledge with George Márton. His research areas include soil contamination and acidification, urban food production, and socialism and environment. And he has been always with us in all these events and organizational works as well. Has given much support. So I think now I give the floor to Salvatore. Welcome, Salvatore. You are still in Chile, I assume, no?
Yes, I'm still in Chile, and I'm afraid I will have to be rather speedy with this, with my presentation. If I may, I will share the slide presentation with you.
Okay. Thank you very much.
thanks very much to you and to all the organizers. Allora che sono tolmačokat, I would like also to thank in advance the interpreters. And as a this is a great honor for me to be here. I mean, not really here, but there, I guess, virtually. Let's see if I can actually, from here, get the presentation started. So my department's name has recently changed, which now includes environmental studies. In any case, there's been quite a bit of work in the past trying to integrate Karl Polanyi's ideas into an understanding of the relationship between society and environment. So this is certainly not the first attempt that I will be presenting. However, I think there's some things that have not been considered that may be worthwhile investigating further. I suppose also in the spirit of Polanyi Levis, whose wonderful statement Attila has just read, it is, I find it extremely important to not dismiss a lot of the accomplishments that have been made through previous socialist state systems. But to turn to Polanyi's ideas with respect to an economy, in chapter 4 of The Great Transformation, Karl Polanyi identifies several principles or forms of social relations common to arguably any economic system. One is reciprocity or symmetrical relations. Another one is relative centralization or redistribution mechanisms, householding or subsistence or autarky, as he sometimes would have put it in the text. And finally, exchange relations, which can range from barter to trucking to trading, and they may or may not result in market institutions. And I think the may or may not result is actually a key aspect to consider. In a capitalist system, Polanyi arguably, if I read his work correctly, sees that system as one where a market principle preponderates. So it's based on an economy that is, I suppose, in terms of ideological constructs, self-regulating as a market. But this is only once exchange relations are turned into market institutions that this can even occur historically. And such a market economy principle is dependent on, but submerges the other principles that I have just listed. In other words, it's socially embedded, but the social embeddedness is not necessarily hidden from view, but certainly a lot of work needs to be done in order to make sure that people don't understand that it is socially embedded. But of course, it's also ecologically embedded, and this is part of the point here for this presentation. So how does one look, or how could one look at environmental impacts in different economic systems relative to Polanyi's principles on economy? It took me a while to realize this possibility of drawing from Polanyi to analyze environmental impacts. I have to acknowledge and thank Boris Jozef for introducing me to Polanyi's work a quarter century ago now, and also especially Melegh Attila, with whom I shared not a bit of research work, and he really was instrumental in making me realize that my findings even could be better interpreted through a Polanyian lens. Of course, there's another aspect to this. There's the work of Jim O'Connor, who was one of the founders of Capitalism and Socialism, the journal that I edit, who also at least claimed to draw from Polanyi to reinterpret a Marxist framework to address environmental crisis. And then more recently, our dear colleague, collaborator Melegh Dorka has also produced a fine article, which I had the honor to have published in Capitalism and Socialism, where she looks at bioregionalism through a Polanyian lens. So the work that I'm presenting to you now is in some respects drawing from all those influences and teachings that I have had. I've had the pleasure of having been the recipient of over the years. So it is in that vein, that mode, that I think I can draw from Polanyi's analysis of categories to examine how shifts in economic systems influence the kind of human environmental impact that occurs. Of course, any economic activity entails environmental impact, but some forms have deleterious ecological effects and some others are constructive. And some others are a mixed bag. I suppose it should be evident, at least by now, even to the most recalcitrant analyst, that social changes that lead to a preponderance of a self-regulated market tend to be more negatively impacting on the environment, and in the long term have several disastrous environmental outcomes. And I'll draw on just one example, which is carbon dioxide emissions. I would like to point out that since the being in Chile, this of course is something that I feel right now very strongly, since the militarily imposed form of capitalist economic systems called neoliberalism in the 1970s, and of course starting with Chile, you can see certainly a dramatic, very steep rise in carbon dioxide emissions. And this coincides also with the so-called reforms among the largest of the socialist states at the time, already starting by the late 60s, but certainly taking off by the 1970s. And it also is something to think about with respect to socialist states or socialist movements in general being embedded in a capitalist world economy, as much as a capitalist economy is socially embedded. If one looks at cumulative carbon dioxide emissions, which of course is something that is extremely important to consider when looking at what to do about climate change, one thing that is striking is that more than 60% of historical increase in global CO2 emissions have occurred since the demise or the sabotaging, as one could put it, of some of the most important socialist states in the world. You can see that represented in this graph. In the book that I've written, Socialist States and the Environment, I try my best to differentiate different kinds of economic systems, or really political and economic systems, and see how they fare with respect to the environmental records. Of course, I made a mistake here, and socialist government be, I guess, this line over here. I mean, this line below, and state socialists would be this fuller line, and these will be capitalist systems. But the difference is quite dramatic, and one might want to investigate how is it that socialist states have had such a much better record on the climate than capitalist ones. If one looks at per capita CO2 emissions, which I generally view as a more proper way of analyzing CO2 emissions in terms of year-to-year change. You can see that capitalist systems, barring the 1960s, which is interesting, and there's an explanation for that, of course, but I'm not sure I'll be able to get into it except cursorily. But you can see the capitalist systems, and this includes the poorest countries as well. So the largest part of these emissions that are portrayed here, of course, are from the core capitalist countries, but they've by a long stretch outpaced per capita CO2 emissions compared to other kinds of systems. I mean socialist government systems, by the way, in terms of governments that are socialist but do not necessarily have control over the state, and state socialist as those socialist systems that have a control over the state, if you were wondering about the difference that I'm drawing here. Since 1990, basically, it's only Cuba that is represented on this graph. One can see, perhaps, in terms of trends, that as you had some socialist-inspired governments being introduced, especially in the petrol-producing regions, you have a spike in CO2 per capita emissions, and then as more socialist governments enter into the system as socialist governments, that dilutes the effect. And then it's picked up later on in time, and this coincides with the 1978 reform and opening up and the Doi Moi in Vietnam, and you can see the effect of having a more socialist government, I would argue, in the People's Republic of China, that is, or who are managing or regulating heavily, putting under control a capitalist kind of economy. So they could see that as a mixed, I guess, one kind of mixed system, and what effects that has on the atmosphere. But one thing that I want to also make clear is that even with that, with all the critiques made on the People's Republic of China, however one may understand the People's Republic of China or Vietnam or Laos, it just does not compare to the damage being done by especially core capitalist states. And this sometimes seems to be forgotten on the left, and that kind of concerns me. If one looks at the per capita ecological footprint per country, the differences can also be rather dramatic. But as I was intimating before, in the case of socialist states, you have an initial industrialization drive that is very abbreviated historically, and of course it has a damaging effects on the environment, but it's actually a spurt, and then you can see that there's quite a lot of progress made over time in terms of reducing the net impact. There are exceptions, and you can see the exceptions in terms of the ups and downs, but overall the change, and then of course there was the demise, but overall the change has been towards increasingly more constructive impacts on the environment rather than destructive ones. But with capitalist countries, there's just no let up. And the same goes with socialist governments that manage capitalist economies. Cuba, basically, I would argue the only socialist state left, but even if one were to include the DPRK, or North Korea, if you like, the per capita ecological footprint would actually be sustainable. And actually, Cuba is the most sustainable, ecologically sustainable country on the planet at the moment. And therefore, I would strongly recommend that we start learning from how things have been done there, despite one of the most cruel embargoes ever in history imposed by the United States government. In my past 20 years of research or so, including in Hungary, I've noticed also some interesting patterns. One is, I already mentioned this in more general terms as a trend, but increasingly negative impacts also were noticeable in terms of soil conservation after the new economic mechanism, or Gwiazdecka mechanism in 1968. You had a drop in the use of manure, for example, and greater amounts of agrochemicals being used as the Hungarian economy became increasingly tied to core capitalist markets for exports of a lot of cereal crops, but also a lot of produce and also pig products that increasingly export nitrates or nitrogen, and then cause shortages in the amount of soil nitrate that then it needs to be replenished with agrochemicals. But this was mitigated by a form of capillary monitoring program of soils that is virtually or almost unmatched in the history of soil conservation. It's one of the most amazing systems that had existed in terms of trying to ensure as best as one could that the net effect of farming would not be in the long term damaging to soils. There were, of course, successful conservation efforts as well as liming programs whenever necessary that also mitigated the impacts of having this increasing dependency on exports of crops to largely core countries. We also see the effects in terms of the amount of nitrogen, phosphate, and potassium in soils over time, and it tends to pick up as more market friendly conditions emerge. More of these agrochemicals are dumped into soils, and they have long-term effects. A lot of the programs that actually worked quite well were dismantled, especially the monitoring program, and the conservation programs were also set back. The liming program was basically finished, and farmers don't have much support at all since '91. In fact, it's to the point in which the soil monitoring program is so scarce that it's difficult to even tell what exactly is going on in terms, for example, of soil acidification or soil alkalization, which is something that I was concerned with in a study that I conducted with Attila's help in Southwest Hungary between 2008 2011. This, of course, is not directly related to socialist states, but there are, of course, historical continuities. We sampled the area, and the main findings were that subsistence farmers, who are largely women or Roma, had the most ecologically constructive impacts on soil properties compared to commercial farmers. And I would add that it was especially the middle income farmers who had the worst of both worlds, economically under enormous pressure, but unable to attenuate the negative impacts they have on the soils that they manage. So they tend to have a greater negative impact on soils than the wealthier commercial farmers. But certainly subsistence farmers, ironically, in some respects, because they have such a lack of access to agrochemicals and pesticides and other kinds of inputs of that sort, and because of their management, their soil management style, and also the purpose why they manage soils, for subsistence, that is, that results in a net positive ecologically for soils. So one can draw from this as well that you can perhaps apply Polanyi's analytical categories at multiple scales at once, from the scale of a small region like Southwest Hungary, southern Baranya County, to a national scale, to an international scale, which is what I hope to at least be at the beginnings of being able to achieve. But in any case, the destructive impacts of commercial farms are, despite long-term positive soil conservation efforts under state socialism, and also mitigating efforts like liming. So the liming program was possible because we had a socialist state, but also the acidification problem was also possible because they had a socialist state that was enmeshed in a capitalist world economy. And so by the 1980s, you had to have a liming program because of the cropping system being redirected for massive amounts of export to repay loans. And some of you probably know the story quite well and better than I. And that had consequences for soils, but they could be mitigated. And those efforts at mitigation carried over into the 1990s and into the 2000s. And they're being increasingly, I guess, going into a more negative direction as commercial farmers have a difficult time maintaining a proper soil pH for their cropping systems and drawing too many nutrients from the soil without replacement, which magnifies the negative consequences on soil pH. Anyway, so in some respects, you can see that Polanyi's analytical categories, I would say, are inadvertently setting up an ecological basis for socialism. Perhaps that's a mistaken reading, but that's something that I would like, I guess, to float out there to think about. As far as I can tell, you tend to have constructive ecological outcomes from non-capitalist economies in general. And that's not just with socialist states. And if you have capitalist exchange relations, they tend to be less deleterious, it seems, when the capitalist exchange relations are restrained or suppressed. So perhaps that's what one is witnessing in the People's Republic of China or places like Vietnam. In any case, much of this, I think, is exemplified through socialist states because, of course, I have no time to go into this, but environmental records have been, on the whole, quite a bit better than in capitalist regimes, or when they were the least capitalist, one could say, as well. So with that said, I can only regret not being able to participate any further in the conference. So it is my hope that we will have the chance to discuss what I presented, and also for me to learn from the works that will be presented after me. And I wish you all a very pleasant conference. Thank you very much.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, Salvi, for doing this presentation. It is a keynote which is generally not followed by questions and comments, but I think let's break the rule, right? And maybe we have questions we would like to ask from Salvatore here or online, and we can check that as well. Anybody would like to make a comment? I would just like to make one comment concerning this Hungarian research in which I was happily involved. I learned so much from that, I remember. But I think there is a very important point not to be forgotten, is that it was not just socialism as such, but all the previous historical forms which coexisted in socialism, which produced those ecological results and sustainable system, till the global market became just way too important for Hungarian agriculture and started squeezing, even under socialism, started squeezing the soil in a rather dramatic way. So I just wanted to put that that altogether that was really a kind of a mixed, a non-capitalist mixed economy which was producing that. So I just wanted to add this. I don't know whether you want to further with some comments, Salvi, on this.
My only comment is one of, again, regrets, because I must actually get a taxi soon to go to the airport. But I would love to hear any comments or questions. I have maybe 5 minutes.
Okay. I think people have a lot of solidarity with you that you need to catch the taxi and you need to catch your plane. So Salvatore, thank you very much. Have a safe journey, right? And thank you very much for the excellent presentation. And just let's applaud again. Thank you very much.
Best wishes to everybody. Take care.
Very much. Köszönjük szépen, Salvi. Okay. With this, the online viewers, which are piling up in large numbers, they also have a rest, and we also have a rest. So you are all welcome to have some kind of a buffet lunch or some kind of food, and then we continue. I think, when do we continue? At 1:20. Okay, let's try to keep that 1:20, that we can keep that. And then we are going to have 2 amazingly important sessions this afternoon. Thank you very much.
They say that
No, but I have hyperlinks in pale blue.
we will see how much we see.
Yeah. Okay.
So hi everyone after the lunch break, and we also welcome the people who are listening us and you online for this session. So we will continue with session number 1, where the title is Historical and Theoretical Problems of Transition to Socialisms. And we will have 5 presentations each after each. My name is Márton Czirfusz. I'm coming from the Peripheria Policy and Research Center based here in Hungary. And I'm also a member of the Working Group for Public Sociology Helyzet, also based here in Hungary. And what we discuss with the organizers is each of the presenters will have like 25 minutes. We listen to the presentations each after each. So please take notes of your questions and comments, because the discussion will take place after the 5 presentations, and then we just sit all of us outside here. And what I also need to do now is to introduce the presenters, for which the organizers prepared a slide. No, they, oh, that's it, yeah. We will have first Keith Hart, who is an anthropologist who now works full-time as a writer. He lives in Paris and has a second home in Durban. His latest book is Self in the World, Connecting Life's Extremes, which came out in 2022 at Berghahn Books. His work concerns the economy, especially money, informality, and the digital revolution. Engaged intellectuals should focus on understanding the emergence of world society today. Then the next presenter will be Raquel Varela, who is a labor historian, researcher, and professor with habilitation at FSCH Universidade Nova de Lisboa. She is honorary member of the IISH Amsterdam. In 2020, she was the first awarded of Simon Weil Grant at LMU Munich, and visiting senior researcher at Europa Institute, Institute for European Global Studies at the Universität Basel. She has published 34 books, among them The People's History of the Portuguese Revolution and The People's History of Europe in the 20th Century, both in Pluto Press. Then we will have David Lane, who is Emeritus Professor of Sociology at the University of Cambridge and a Fellow of the Academy of Social Sciences in the UK. He has been a visiting professor at Beijing and Shandong universities. Recent publications include with Gwiazdecka, Changing Regional Alliances for China and the West, 2018. The Eurasian Project in Global Perspective, also 2018, with Vsevolod Samokvalov. The Eurasian Project and Europe, 2015. The Capitalist Transformation of State Socialism, 2013. And Elites and Classes in the Transformation of State Socialism, 2012. Then the first presenter will be Pietro Basso, who has been Associate Professor of Sociology at Ca' Foscari University in Venice. He is the author of Tempos Modernos, Jornadas Anticas, Vidas de Tepayo no Inicio do Século 21 at Editora Unicam, 2018, and Le Racisme Européen, Critique de la Rationalité Institutionnelle de l'Oppression, which came out by Sileps in 2016. Among his edited volumes, there are Razzismo di Stato, Stati Uniti, Europa, Italia, Angeli, 2015, the fourth reprint, The Science and Passion of Communism, Selected Writings of Amadeo Bordiga, 1912-1965, Brill, 2020, Against Islamophobia, Anti-Muslim Racism in Europe and its Social Consequences, which came out in Arabic at Darfadat 2020. And last but not least, we will have also Roberto della Santa, who is an invited assistant professor of social critical theory at Universidade de Aveiro in Portugal, international guest lecturer of cultural history studies at Universidad de Oviedo in Spain, and scientific co-coordinator of the Observatory for the Living and Working Conditions, Brazil, France, and Portugal. And I hope I pronounced each and every names and institutions well, but yeah, forgive me if not, because I do not speak many of these languages. So that will be our next almost 2.5 hours, and we will have a break at 5 to 4. So yeah, and then with this long introduction, I pass the mic to Keith Hart, who will present about money and markets after capitalism, a new humanism for world society. And in the meantime, I also put your slides as well there.
First slide. You've got to read that very fast. I was told that I had only. I was told that I had 30 minutes, and I had to reduce a 12,000 word paper to a 30-minute talk, but now it's been called 25 minutes. I have to read because I can't improvise something like that. And I'll tell you, I also don't mind if I don't leave any time for questions, as I will explain. I'm enormously grateful to Attila Melegh for inviting my first fleeting glance of Budapest, a city I've always admired from afar. I'm in between writing a book published in March, Self in the World, and writing another about Marcel Mauss, whose life and work have been the main inspiration I've taken from living in Paris for 25 years. And of course, starting a new family helped as well. It turned out to be this paper turned out to be an attempt to synthesize what I learned in the last 3 decades since the end of the Cold War. The project is very fresh and moving fast. In this talk, I've condensed my long paper into 3,000 words. I usually improvise lectures and conference presentations, but I have, but it's more likely, because it's more likely that they will connect with the audience. But I have to fill this half hour by reading the summary. There will be no time for questions, but anyone who wants to discuss what I've said here this weekend is welcome, or through digital communications afterwards. I don't expect you to grasp all of what I'm saying immediately, but hope that some of you will be selectively stimulated to find new ideas and questions from my talk so that you can follow up through the hyperlinks to readings that I have provided here. Slide 2, please. Yeah, you can read the summary. All right. I set out, the first section is called Modern Money and Power, Conflict, Compromise and Unification. I set out here to bring together my work since the world turned in 1989 to 91. At that time, we saw the Soviet collapse, one world capitalism, money's escape from government and law, China and India emerged as capitalist powers, and the internet went public. Before that, in 1979 to 80, Reagan and Thatcher gained power to remove state controls from capitalism. This rested on the spurious claim that free markets enhanced the public good. A credit boom from the 1980s was fueled by financialization and digitalization. Since the 2008 crash, Western governments have rescued insiders with free loans disguised as quantitative easing, which of course nobody understands, while squeezing taxpayers with austerity. The democratic deficit has mushroomed. The EU's Bankers Club, an ineffective US Congress, Tory misrule in Britain, dictatorship in Russia, China, and India. We boast of our science and democracy, but our dominant institutions are still those of agrarian civilization. Like them, ours are grossly unequal societies with territorial states and battle cities, landed property, warfare, racism, bureaucracy, limited literacy, impersonal money, long-distance trade, workers of virtue, world religion, and the nuclear family. All these came about in the Bronze Age 5,000 years ago. The digital revolution is the most important development in human history, making it possible for the first time to build a world society informed by universal communications and networks and a single organization of time. This is this world society. Anyway, this revolution contains the possibility for greater global equality, and is, in my view, equal to the potential for its potential impact only to the invention of agriculture 10,000 years ago. We are like the primitive digging stick operators scratching the ground then, without a clue that it all ended in Bronze Age agrarian civilization. In 200 years, we have added machines to agriculture without changing the institutional structure very much. But already industrial capitalism has reverted to the political rent seeking that was supposed to have been abolished by the bourgeois revolution. This is going to be the main theme of my talk. The main turning point since the neoliberal counter-revolution against the post-war settlement in 1979 to 80 were the end of the Cold War, 1989 to 91. Perhaps we can have the next slide. I'll tell you, I'm providing you with these things. You can make copies of individual items if you want, but they will be produced online by the Karl Polanyi Institute in time. So for legibility, I've not made them the usual blue color. I have made them. I couldn't change them. Okay, the main turning points were the end of the Cold War, September 11th and the Iraq War, 2001 to 3, the financial crisis, which is ongoing since 2008, neoliberalism's authoritarian turn in 2015 to 17, and the current world crisis from the pandemic to war and economic collapse 2020 to 22. What I call national capitalism has collapsed as a result of emasculating government, privatizing public assets, freeing global capital flows, corruption and crime. Politicians needed money and money men needed political cover, but neither had both. So a clandestine deal based on compromise was launched as national capitalism with national monopoly currencies from the 1860s, but it became general in the 20th century after the First World War, and especially after the Second World War, when the empires collapsed and independent countries emerged. Industrial capitalism, as I've said, has now been replaced by rent-seeking. The world under the American empire has become plutocratic, a Greek word for rule by money or power of money. The bourgeoisie's rebellion against the traditional enforcers culminated in the Industrial Revolution. The capitalists soon realized that they needed political power to manage an urban economy featuring the factory proletariat and large criminal gangs organizing large parts of their cities. Capital wanted government to enforce its contracts, but it now also needed police, prisons, and armies worldwide for crowd control. The traditional powers, having been admitted to this alliance, could now write their own script, and they revived the reactionary idea of nations, which had actually been abolished by the 18th century revolutions. Central bureaucracies would now control markets, capital accumulation, and unequal wealth, allegedly for the citizens' benefit. New legal conditions for business corporations and the bureaucratic revolution followed, enabling mass production and consumption by 1900. The plutocrats today now own the politicians, judiciary, and media, as well as finance. Reagan and Thatcher replaced the post-war engines of economic democracy of various kinds with government by and for the rich. This unleashed an unsustainable credit boom from then till now, whose benefits accrued overwhelmingly to the richest few, the 1%. Capitalism has now reverted to extracting rent transfers sanctioned by bought political power. Politics today is now about the brute power of these would-be masters of the universe, the dictators, the corporate CEOs, and the billionaires, to make humanity bow down before them. Their main problem is to figure out what stops their guards, killing the masters when they hide in their underground bunkers. These rent seekers are not punished for stealing from the public, but are bailed out by our taxes as examples of super rich consumption. Equal citizenship has been exchanged for identity politics and reality TV. The masses of humanity's main chance is to mobilize global networks for a democratic world society. Secondly, in the wake of market fundamentalism, Adam Smith claimed that the wealth of nations resulted from a deep-seated propensity in human nature to truck, barter, and exchange. Polanyi, in The Great Transformation, inverted the liberal myth of money's origins in barter, and I quote, Orthodox teaching started from the individual's propensity to barter, deduced from it the necessity of local markets, and then inferred the necessity of trade, including foreign trade. We should reverse this sequence. The true starting point is long-distance trade owing to geographical location and division of labor. This often engenders markets that can involve barter as well as buying and selling, offering an occasion for some individuals to indulge in their alleged propensity for bargaining. Money and markets have their origin in extending society beyond its local limits, and this must be our priority now. Polanyi believed that money, like sovereign states, were often introduced from outside. The attempt to naturalize the market internal to society was subversive and could lead to disorganization of business and trade. He claimed that money is not a decisive intervention. It need not make a difference to the type of economy. Like markets, it is usually an external phenomenon. Polanyi was wrong, for under capitalism, money is an essential part of society at all levels, and Marx and Engels believed that any future non-capitalist society would have to benefit from the coordinating value of a money system buying commodities. He approached money as a semantic system like language and writing. Our national monopoly, only national monopoly currencies combine payment, standard, store, and exchange. This allowed them to sustain what he called all-purpose symbols. Archaic forms, however, attached to separate functions to special purpose monies. Since 1980, all-purpose money has been breaking up into specialized monetary instruments issued by a globally distributed network of corporations, as well as by small complementary and community currencies. Let me see how I'm doing for time. Okay. Durkheim's nephew, Marcel Mauss, reached out for a more inclusive humanism. Durkheim's nephew, will you tell me when I've got 10 minutes and 5 minutes? Durkheim's nephew, Marcel Mauss, has been my main guide for a new humanism and human economy. Fieldwork-based ethnography today reinforces anthropology's fragmented and narrow localism. Could ethnography be part of an anthropology supporting the aim to make a better world society, as most did? His greatest hope was for a consumer democracy driven by cooperative socialism, of which he was an active part. Being trapped in unequal societies for 5,000 years has left us with an impoverished version of what human beings are and could become. Renaissance humanism pioneered the chance for individual persons to become actors in their own right, choosing their own partners and exchanging coercive medieval societies for something more universal. In the late 16th century, Michel de Montaigne, through his essays, and William Shakespeare, through his plays, invented the modern self, uncertain of who she or he is. I call this Humanism 1.0, and it often descends into a self-regarding individualism. Albert Camus' The Plague of 1947 is the best critique I know of reducing history to personal experience. Humanism 2.0 would show us how to build meaningful connection across social division, which is one thing that cooperatives are built on, allowing us to place ourselves in humanity, the world, and history. we would make this world in part our own and our persons part of the world. Humanity formed a world society after 1945, a single interactive social network known initially as the World Market and United Nations and supervised by the US. This world is massively unequal and voices for human unity are always drowned. A global civil society for the 21st century is urgently needed. I would not bet on there being a 22nd century without one. Money should be recognized as mediating between persons and society. Perhaps we will all eventually find our ways to humanity, but for now we are only part human. Personal connection to world society is unthinkable. Moses' reputation rests on one essay, The Gift. He held that human institutions are everywhere founded on the unity of individual and society, freedom and obligation, self-interest and concern for others. The pure types of selfish and generous economic action obscure the complex interplay between individuality and belonging to others. He was active in the French section of the International Workers' Party and hoped for an economic movement from below involving unions and cooperatives and mutual insurance, a secular version of what he found in The Gift in archaic and exotic societies. He thought that gift exchange and international cooperative socialism brings society and all its institutions into play at once, legal, economic, religious, and aesthetic. He called these total social facts. The foundations of human exchange are universal. Capitalism hides other economic mechanisms from view and marginalize them. We must expose these elements and find a new ethical emphasis for economic life and law. Most takes Malinowski's Argonauts to task for reproducing the Victorian bourgeois opposition between commercial self-interest and the free gift, a dichotomy that many Anglophones now attribute to Most himself. Trying to create a free market from private contracts is utopian, just as unrealizable as a collective based on altruism. It will take a number of major revolutions to restore a humane balance. This vision should help us understand our own times better. He thought that the great economic revolutions are monetary in nature. They push into unknown regions of society and require new money forms and practices to fill the gap. The rapid extension of money markets and telecommunications under capitalism recently has extended society beyond its national form, making it more unequal and unstable. Most thought that the possibilities for a human economy already coexist in our world, as did Polanyi. We must build new combinations with a different emphasis and direction rather than replace markets for a radical alternative. He wanted to integrate economic forms that have been variously dominant in history, not to represent them as mutually exclusive historical stages. Most maintained a firewall between his academic and political writings. After the war, he brought his academic and political interests together. He now saw the promise of their interaction. Academic writing stimulated reflection in individual readers. Political writing aimed to spur collective action. The concrete, exotic descriptions of the gift were food for personal thought, not prescriptions for action. Like Paulo Freire, he wanted readers and students to find their own beliefs and act on them. This was more likely than when political parties and professors told them what to think. After 1925, he channeled his efforts into teaching students of anthropology. In the 1930s, he gave well-attended public lectures. A trio of surrealist philosophers liked them but didn't agree on their meaning, which they found irritating. They went to ask Most after one lecture if he cared about getting his message across to the audience. He replied, "It was never my intention to impose my thoughts on you, gentlemen. I hope to help you to discover your own." Once, when asked why his doctoral thesis was on prayer, he replied that speech is the unity of thought and action. Moses' instinct was for informal collaboration. Boas's and Malinowski's discovery of gift exchange, which they called the potlatch, set him reflecting deeply about his own approach to socialism, work, and life. These societies were personal from top to bottom. The big challenge in an impersonal capitalist society was to persuade individuals that they could make an active difference. For that, they had to educate themselves by joining collectives to harness their own most passionate beliefs. Maybe reading ethnography could help. Moreover, ethnography doesn't tell you what to think. The concrete holism of its total social facts leaves readers free to internalize what is personally meaningful to them, merging human sociality with their own individuality, as we do when we read novels or watch movies. Finally, historians recommended replacing analytical reductionism with concrete descriptions. The only method remotely up to that method of studying social life is ethnography, and this should be seen as an end, not a means, through reading and writing, and not, as British social anthropology insisted under Malinowski, with or without fieldwork. Fine. I'm going to skip the next two sections. The next section on which is the next two sections, money and markets in a human economy and the social context of economic action, in order to give you the last one, which is only one page. If I've got 5 minutes, I can probably, no, never mind. Okay, what is to be done? Leonid Brezhnev was the Soviet Union's leader from 1964 to 1982. The term Brezhnev moment evokes a regime on its last legs that can no longer deliver its citizens minimal needs. Until and shortly after the final collapse, powerful figures took cover with whatever they could grab. The West's fake credit boom is now collapsing. Is this America's Brezhnev moment? I don't know. Well, you would think so. I mean, since 2016. And it is still possible. I don't believe that US global power is on its last legs. First of all, they can arrange for a world war to be somewhere else. And secondly, they have all the weapons and the bases. So they can pick when is the right time to nobble Russia and China and pretend that they were induced by their behavior into picking that moment to launch it. The Pentagon is running daily 6 or 7 World War scenarios, which they can trigger whenever they get a good excuse. After 4 decades, we now face the consequences of neoliberal globalization. It will all end in tears. The Caribbean writer and revolutionary C.L.R. James, with whom I worked towards the end of his life, taught me most of what I know about revolutions. He once told me this: radical activists live for turning the world upside down, but the rest just want to keep what they have. This is good. Society would be impossible if everyone wanted to tear it up. Then things change, and because of natural catastrophe, economic collapse, war, or revolution, the same people realize that they've already lost everything or are about to lose it. They now embrace the revolution and fight for a different future or to save what they can. They may even accept some professional radicals as leaders because they've been preparing for it. Don't ever imagine, he said, that conservative people will inevitably stay out of the revolution, because they don't. Bourgeois morality can't inspire the historical transformation required. Intellectuals must find sharp, original questions that help clarify today's mess and return us somehow to democratic politics. We need historical appreciation of how we got to where we are now. Neoliberalism has failed humanity, making our society easy prey for fascists of all colors. The American and Russian systems developed a common model of accumulation in the Cold War. Clark Kerr's book, he was the president of the University of California, the biggest university system in the world, so he wasn't a Trotskyite. But what he insisted was the difference between public and private ownership was more important in ideology than practice. Both sides organized, and James wrote a book on state capitalism and the world revolution, in which he said that, I've only got a few sentences left. The difference, he said that both sides organize workers in factories to produce surpluses that are ultimately managed by the state. Russian oligarchs in the post-collapse period came from the Brezhnev moment, when they escaped with as much money and control of cooperatives as they could. They now flourished in free markets imposed by the US without any of the institutional controls that evolved over centuries in America and Europe. Putin's rise, or that of someone like him, was inevitable under these circumstances. I mean, the devastation of the early 90s in Russia made it inevitable. Elsewhere, the Pentagon, the largest collective in world history, fights under the flag of the free market, but its standard economic practices have always been anti-market and criminal. Is it surprising that most people, when faced with this hall of mirrors, prefer just to get on with their lives in ignorance or to cover it up? Thank you.
Thank you, Keith, for this huge and large historical and theoretical panorama, I would say. Note your questions and comments, because we will come back to that after the four other presentations, and then I pass over to Raquel Varela. And the title here will be Ideas of a Socialist Transition During the Portuguese Revolution.
Thank you so much. Well, first of all, thank you to the organizers, especially to my dear friend that I admire so much, Attila, Melegh, and a great part of this friendship was built in the fact that Attila, during these already 3 or 4 years, has constantly challenged me to answer the question, how would be a socialist society? And this is a marvelous question. And because of him, a huge part of my work has concentrate on this. And if you think about it, this is not a very obvious question that we are all making around the world. Most of the social scientists are making other kinds of questions, but this question is really my favorite one at the moment. Let me start by saying something which I think it's very important at the moment we are living of a systemic crisis of capitalism. I really think that what you could call the dominant classes or the states are facing a systemic crisis and they are in real trouble concerning maintaining the power. And I think this is very counterintuitive, so I shall say some things about this. First of all, we have reached a level of socialization of productive forces which never happened in history. Nowadays, as we saw in Ukraine with the sanctions, for example, or as we saw with strikes that took part in parts of the world, in almost every places in Earth, when a contradiction of capitalism emerges, it contaminates all the world. And this poses the dominant classes and the bourgeoisie in the deep problems because of the level of socialization of production. This is in fact the biggest contradiction and the primary contradiction of capitalism, which is in one side socialization of production and on the other side individual appropriation of this production. I would say that never in history we were at this level of contradiction. For example, I have followed a strike in Portugal of the dockers. This strike went for more than 2 years. They were striking against being substituted by precarious work. And then when it was decided a blockade of 2 hours of the dockers in Europe, which took place in 2013, 2 hours of blockade, immediately the bosses accepted the conditions of the Portuguese dockers. So a 2-hour strike in Europe, when the Danish dockers, the British dockers, the Spanish dockers stopped to work for 2 hours in solidarity with the Portuguese dockers, they won their demands, which were against precarious work. And this shows how capital is fragile if the workers organize. And I would like to make this point because I have no doubt that most of the workers in the world and their leaderships are living in a process of intense demoralization. They are frightened. They don't believe in their own strength. I don't want to look voluntarist or with this. I'm just pointing which are objective factors of capital nowadays. The second point is that we are experiencing the maximum proletarization in humanity, and this has huge consequences for our discussion. For example, what the Soviets had to deal at the Russian Revolution, which is the dominance of an agrarian based on small peasant society. And this was a huge problem for the Cuban Revolution, for the Chinese Revolution and other revolutionary process, is no longer anymore in the world. Capitalism is everywhere. We have no longer societies dominated by small peasants. So the big contradiction between peasants and urban workers has disappeared, including in the last country, and which happened much later because China made a revolution that distributed land. But even in China, this huge contradiction for building socialism has disappeared. I would always add that we are coming to a moment of capitalism that the competition has led to an intensification of exploitation of the workers, including qualified workers in core countries. And this has the potential to create a common experience of workers which were before in so-called different classes, like so-called middle classes, or the difference between manual intellectual work, or a huge difference between a worker in Denmark and other parts of the world. Nowadays, what we are experiencing is that the returning of what I think is in an even and combined perspective of surplus, absolute surplus and relative surplus. So we are experiencing, to say it in a simple word, we are experiencing a return of intensive exploitation of labor in core countries, which in a process of industrialization of service has expanded the factory system to doctors, to teachers, to lawyers, to in rich countries. So, for example, burnout, exhaustion, extra working time, alienation, which were things that we before connected with industrial automobile workers in the 30s, is now being experienced by the entire world, which makes the experience, I'm not making a mechanic jump between experience and conscience, because I don't think this exists, but the idea of having a common experience around the world between different kinds and layers of workers has become much more clear with the intensification of proletarianization, both in poor countries and in qualified sectors. My last remark concerning this moment, which is an extraordinary moment to show the contradictions of capitalism and fight for socialism, is the role of the state. Virtually nowadays, we cannot speak anywhere of a private market society, in my opinion. And I think this was very obvious after 1970, after the end of Bretton Woods system. If we go back, of course, the Second World War is already a militarist Keynesian answer to the capitalist crisis, but with the increasing of the public debt as a permanent system of capital accumulation since the last 50 years, which is based on collecting taxes, not to public service, but to this system of debt. I call it system because it's a system of accumulation that, of course, needs a surplus production in the industrial sector. So I don't think we are living in a rentist capitalism. A rent has to be paid by the distribution of surplus which is produced in the industrial level. But what we have now, and of course after 2008 this has become obvious for everyone, is the market, and capitalism is a guarantee by the state. Without the state intervention in the big companies in the world, and this includes, of course, the military expenditures in US, because they are private owners, but the money comes from taxpayers in US, and all the bank system at this moment had to be saved, bailout in 2008. What we are experiencing is an extremely centralization of society. My point is, what has become a nightmare for the workers of the world, which is a state market plan capitalist economy, it makes potentially much more easy a transformation to socialism because of the level of centralization of economy. So the plan economy that can start, that is necessary in a socialist society, will start nowadays from a beginning point where the centralization is much more developed. I hope I made my points clear. If not, please tell me during the debate. So, starting with this, I don't think we are experiencing a moment of strength of capital. That was what I wanted to say in my introduction. We are experiencing a moment of weakness of capital around the world, which is just possible to survive as it is because of the extreme weakness of the working class organization, which in my opinion has no parallel in history of the last 150 years. Never the working classes, either in unions or in political parties, were so weakly organized. So the system of barbarity we are experiencing, we are not experiencing it because bourgeoisie is extremely intelligent revolutionary class that can control and prevent all the problems in the world and create a huge social base and a strong nationalist ideology. We are experiencing this process of extreme barbarity because of the working classes' lack of organization. And I have to add something else which I forgot. I don't think that nationalism today has the possibility of mobilizing the masses as it has in the past in the Second World War and above all in the First World War, because of the level of international division of labor, of the level of migration, and of the level of proletarianization, together with the communications, nationalism, which was pretty much attached to a peasant-based society in the 19th century in a way to keep their means of work, was not just a counter-revolutionary process, was also a process, let's say, anti-progress in a way that we can discuss. It's not possible anymore. The interesting fact is that nationalist forces are mobilized every day in the world. We see now in the World Cup how the flags are erased defending each nation. And then we go to see the football teams and all of them come from each country, even when they are in one single nation, which is so interesting, which is, in my opinion, a metaphor of the world. So, saying this, I have very few time. What I wanted to say is that the analysis, what I can share with you is the analysis of this, of how was built an idea and a process of socialism, because the idea just came because of a process during the Carnation Revolution in 74-75. And my point here is that we cannot have socialism without plan. We cannot have socialism without a certain level of centralization of economy, but we cannot have socialism if we don't have democracy in production. And that's what I learned from 74-75 studies. In fact, the working class can take the power of the state. The working class can have all the technical and scientific means that, for example, Bolsheviks didn't have in 1970. If we don't create, which means the self-organization of the working classes, if the working classes don't create a system of democracy in production, what we will have is necessary a state bureaucracy and not a socialist system. When I've studied the Portuguese Revolution, and I continue to study, thank you, what impressed me at the time, and then I hope to systematize in the next years, was that the working classes didn't took the power of the state, contrary to Russia. So there was not an insurrection. There was a system, there was a permanent dual power during 19 months, where the working classes went to control the production companies. They occupied 600 companies. They occupied under workers' control, not for self-management, huge capitalist countries, including with not occupied. They have put it under workers' control, these companies. So a workers' commission were built to define, for example, that the management could never earn more than a certain level of the average worker. They have defined that, for example, products to small companies in risk, self-occupied by workers, should have raw materials from the big company under workers' control for free. They have occupied I don't know if you know this, but in the Portuguese Revolution, the doctors occupied the hospitals, which were private, and made them public. And they were self-managed by the doctors. And Portugal went from the last situation in Europe concerning death of children and death of mothers to the 12th best universal public system of health during the in 15-20 years. Now has been partially destroyed by the privatization. But this was just possible because the doctors, the physician have occupied and self-managed according not to exchange, but according to value of use. How the question was made, that was made by the doctors and the nurses, which occupy them as well together. There was a commission of the Democratic Commission, was how are we going to provide a better health? This was done also in schools. The teachers occupied schools, the rector was dismissed and substituted by a collective managed democratic system in every schools, in all schools in the country. And the teachers have defined a certain number of organizations, which I have no time to develop here, but they wanted to answer this question: how we are going to provide the best knowledge to these children, and not how we are going to provide them skills for the market. And this made a huge change. For example, the children were divided since they were 10 years old, according to their skills. If you are a manual work, you go there. If you are intellectual work, you go to the other way. And the teachers during the Portuguese Revolution ended this system, substituting what Gramsci has defined an integral education. The idea that went in Portugal and it took for 15 years and 20 years they could not destroy this, was that until 16 years old, all children have access to science, literature, arts, manual work, sports, all kind, a common approach to an idea of integrity of man. So, what I wanted to point out was that the result of this, although that the state was not socialist during the Portuguese Revolution, and of course, I don't believe, at the time there were two positions. The Communist Party said, if we nationalize the companies, we have socialism. And this is not socialism, this is state bureaucracy. And the Socialist Party answered, if we occupied in self-management the companies, then we have socialism. We don't need to care about the state. And this is also not socialism, because you cannot have the bourgeoisie owning the state and saying that we have socialism because workers are occupying small companies. So going beyond this discussion, what I think that happened in the Portuguese Revolution, which can teach us for this debate how would be a transition to socialism, is that, in fact, the state was not under workers' control. This is a fact, and this was a problem for the Portuguese Revolution. That's why it's so easily defeated. But because the workers have occupied the production, there was made a land reform and the occupation of all big properties in order to answer this question: how we will guarantee work to all workers in agriculture. So it was not about how we're going to sell to the market, whatever, and get money. It was how we're going to guarantee employment. The houses were occupied by the workers, the empty houses, which has made the houses to become a social need and not a value of exchange in the market. The education, as I said, was turned on the direction of the development of the children and the best knowledge produced by humanity, and not centered in the production to the market, as well as hospitals. And the Workers' Commission, which were created in thousands of companies in Portugal at the time, have answered to the question of wages, workers' organization, including the workers have decided in democratic open debates that all managers responsible for connections with the political police or any kind of harassment towards the workers had to be dismissed. All this was taken during that processes. And I think what I wanted to tell you is that this was just possible. Portugal has come from the went from the Middle Ages to the 21st century with a revolution of 2 years. And this was just possible because the workers were working 24 hours a day. Nobody was obliged to do this. They were, when they went to managing the hospitals, the schools, the theaters, the companies, the land, they were doing this 8 hours as was obliged by the law, and 24 hours as passion and dedication. Because I shall call here the works of Christophe Dejour. What this shows us is that the subjective motivation is absolutely essential to build a humanized society. We cannot do this if workers are not in power, and this is not made by decree, this is made by real managing, and this achieves the end of separation between manual and intellectual work. Because workers are called to their workplace not to do what somebody tell them to do, but to debate, to learn how to manage, and to decide what is to be done. And this process of deep democratization of the workplace is essential to the democratization of society. There is no democracy in society if we don't have a democracy in the workplace. If the place that defines the production, where people spend 8 hours a day, is not democratic, there is no democracy in society. And we cannot say there is socialism if we don't have democracy. Just want 2 minutes to tell you some concrete examples of what I'm saying here. Victoria, a textile worker I interviewed in about the revolution, she was a textile worker living in a kind of a slum outside a little bit of the city. And because in the slums, in shanty towns, lived the poor working classes, the buses didn't go there. So Victoria told me, she's a lady, she told me, well, this was a very special day because we decided to go during the night, the workers' organization, commission, in fact, the neighborhood commission, we decided, we debated together, and we said, look, where do we need the bus? Oh, we need here, we need near these houses. So during the night, we went there, we pick up some wood pieces, and we said, the bus stops here, the bus stops there, and the bus stops there. And in the next day at 6 o'clock in the morning, we have entered all in the bus and said to the driver, look, now the bus has a new route. You have to stop there, there, and there. And the driver was solidary with us. And since there, it's still today working, this bus. It's very, very emotional. I could tell you, Filomena was a teacher I interviewed as well. She was teaching in a public school, but the public school in this region was just until the children are 13 years old. After that, they had to go to a private school, otherwise they could not continue in school. So she called the other teachers, the students that took part, the parents, and the community. And she said, look, we need the private school to become public school. So they organized the occupation of the private school. The teachers and the students of the private school were in solidarity with them. And still today, this school in Portugal is it's a public school that goes until 18 years old. I could give you hundreds and thousands of these examples. What I want to point out is one of the main ideological tools of the bourgeoisie every day is to tell to the workers, you cannot organize society. You are ignorant. When you do revolutions, you are brute, you are chaotic, and you don't have the skills to organize life. And what I hope I have demonstrated this in my book, The People's History of the Portuguese Revolution, is exactly the opposite. We cannot organize a society without the subjective motivation and the democracy in the workplaces. There is no society without democracy in the workplaces. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Raquel. And from Portugal, we move on to China, I think. So David Lane is the next presenter. And the title of the presentation is Contemporary China State Capitalist? And I put also your slides on the screen.
Go ahead, yeah.
Okay. Well, thanks very much for inviting me to this interesting conference. And my talk today is on Is China State Capitalist? Since the beginning of capitalism, all states to varying degrees have exercised control over the economy. Historically, the state has enforced laws on the preservation of property and organized policing necessary to maintain public order. The state has regulated the economy to sustain the value of money and determine the terms of trade and relations with other states. With the rise of capitalism, the state has taken comprehensive control of lawmaking and secured a monopoly of legitimate coercion. In its neoliberal form, free enterprise capitalism relies on the state not only to make and enforce a legal and political framework, but also to extend its geographical reach. Other current practices of states include investment in sovereign wealth funds, raising money through taxes, and support of private corporations through selective state ownership. The exercise of these kinds of supervisory roles over a capitalist economy is not usually referred to as state capitalist. The term state capitalism is used in a generic sense to describe economies having a modern capitalist system of production in which the state plays a coordinating role over the economy with an active economic presence, often based on the ownership of productive assets. Joshua Kurlansik, for example, includes economies where the government has a stake in, quote, more than 1/3 of the 500 largest companies by revenue in that country. Such a definition includes a very wide range of economies and types of economic market regimes, including not only Russia, but Thailand, Brazil, Turkey, Egypt, Singapore, Venezuela, and Norway. So my first slide. State capitalism without a hyphen is a generic term applied to a hybrid economic system in which the state coordinates the economy and owns productive assets, employs a significant number of people, and distributes surplus value. Concurrently, corporate capital competing through market mechanisms are driven by the profit motive. These are what the organizers of this conference refer to as mixed economies. Each sector has a relative autonomy to the other. State capitalism, in this generic sense, should be distinguished from other types of economy in which the state predominates over market forms of exchange, over the rights of private property, and exerts powers superior to law. These are state socialism, state capitalism with a hyphen, not on yet. I tell you when to change them. I'll tell you when to change them. The state has three types of political economy in which the state has a dominant role: state socialism, state capitalism with a hyphen, and state-controlled capitalism. In the light of these definitions in this paper, I will turn to discuss the ways in which contemporary China is state capitalist. In the state socialist model, the state combines ownership, administrative coordination of the economy, guided by a plan, and allocation of economic surplus to provide for societal renewal, economic growth, and public welfare. The state owns economic assets and has direct control over the allocation of surplus. Theorists of state socialism contended that under socialist state ownership, there is no place for a class or elite to benefit from the profits of enterprise. So, second point here. State socialism is defined as an economic system in which the state is the principal owner of the means of production, and a dominant socialist political party regulates the economy and extracts surplus value for further investment and for the renewal of society.
Can you hold the microphone here?
Okay. I'll add minutes onto this. The Marxist state capitalist critique rejects this kind of reasoning. What distinguishes state capitalism from other forms of capitalism is ownership by the state of productive economic assets and control of the economic surplus by state officials who can direct it to different purposes, to variable capital, constant capital, and to the profits of enterprise, which are utilized for their own economic or political benefit. In the process of exploitation, the extraction of profit, which according to this Marxist interpretation, defines the class structure and the capitalist nature of the regime. The economy then remains capitalist because the exploitation of labor benefits those who controlling the state apparatus, which extracts surplus as profit of enterprise and constitutes itself as a capitalist class. So, the next slide, please. The critical Marxist conception of state capitalism, that is with a hyphen, might be defined as a modern economic system in which the state is the principal owner of the means of production and in which the extraction of surplus takes place for societal renewal, for economic development, and for the benefit and purposes of the state ruling class, which has effective control over the means of production. So the crucial difference between state capitalism with a hyphen and state socialism is whether the extraction of surplus takes place to the benefit of a bureaucratic class. But those of you who are looking puzzled might very well say, well, didn't Lenin define Soviet Russia as state capitalist? Yes, he did. But my short answer to that question is that it was not state capitalism in this sense. Lenin used the term state capitalism to describe Soviet Russia's new economic policy. What Lenin had in mind, however, was not state capitalism as defined above, but a socialist state's control over capitalist enterprise. The extraction of profit and elements of private ownership did not constitute state capitalism as I've defined it. Profits, that is surplus value from private business, went to their owners, which constituted a capitalist class. State capitalism, as described by Lenin, is a dual economy and should be defined as state-controlled capitalism. And here's the next slide. State-controlled capitalism might be defined as a dual political and economic system in which privately owned enterprises produce for profit and receive rewards for enterprise, subject to moral, political, economic, and coercive controls exercised by the dominant state mechanisms and institutions. So Lenin's conception marks a revision of Marxism in one sense, that is to say, the political is not dependent on the economic. When a revolutionary socialist government assumes power, it is the other way around. This way of thinking can be found in the views of Deng Xiaoping, who in 1992 pointed out that it might take 100 years to advance to full socialism from the initial stage. And in this process, capitalist forms of organization had to be utilized by the communist state, though he did not envisage or he did not refer to his proposals as state capitalism. The sector would be, private sector would be allowed for personal profit. Hence, it would be capitalist. But the state would control its level and would guide the society to socialism. So the reforms then led firstly to the installation of different forms of state enterprises, and second to the introduction of diverse kinds of ownership. Following the reforms, collective enterprises were set up where capital was owned by collectives, that is primarily lower levels of government. Also were set up limited liability corporations, which were also authorized. These were state-owned corporations whose liability to debts are limited to the total assets of the firm. They traded goods or services on the market, and their assets, however, were state-owned. Foreign subjects, individuals and companies, were able to invest in state corporations with over 25% of the assets, limited to a total of 49%, are listed as state corporations with foreign investment. There were also cooperative, joint ownership, and private enterprises. And these are shown then on the next slide, slide 5. So you can see enterprises in China is vast and has been in the 21st century. The figure shows the enormous number of private 17, the figure on the very right-hand side. The figure shows that state-owned and collective-owned enterprises are quite numerous. For those who can't see the numbers, over 100,000 state-owned enterprises in 2017, and roughly the same with foreign shareholders. Cooperative enterprises, again just 62,000, owned by employees and others in the form of shares and operating on a profit and loss basis, were less numerous. What is striking is the enormous number of small private business enterprises. Their numbers had risen to over 14 million. If you put the next one on, By 1917, the number of state-owned limited liability companies trebled to over 2 million. And I put this here on a log scale so that you can see the numbers, and you can see the numbers rather more clearly. Remember, it's a log scale, and the first graph showed you the relativity between these different kinds of ownership. This one here shows the numbers. It's the same graph, just presented in a different scale. So the numbers of limited liability companies then were over 3 million. Foreign-owned enterprises and share-owned enterprises also increased, but remained rather similar in number to state-owned enterprises. Foreign investment, shareholder corporations, and limited liability companies give a significant demographic density to market-orientated and profit-making enterprises. However, as you may have already deduced from your knowledge of agricultural economies, many of these enterprises are defined as privately owned businesses are very small. So the study of the number of employees in industrial enterprises gives another indication of the balance between the private and public sectors. That is to say, what are the number of people working in the private sector, working in profit-orientated organizations, and working in the public sector. Some of those are also profit-orientated. But nevertheless, it's a significant difference. In terms of total employment, the private sector accounts by far for the bulk of the industrial workforce. Show me the next thing here. So on this graph, I've shown the ways in which the state labor force and the private labor force has changed over time. So what you can see here is the private labor force in red that's been increasing greatly, and it's passed in around 2005 the number of people working in state industries. So you can see here the significant difference between these two different forms of employment, with a considerable number of, far my majority of the industrial working force working in the private sector. As to the level of profits, data published on the Shanghai Stock Exchange on Chinese listed companies gives some indication of the considerable and growing level of surplus value, which is utilized as reward for enterprise. That's Marx's own words. For listed companies, the share of dividends as a proportion of net profits of companies averaged 35% for the period between 2007 and 2011. The average number of firms paying dividends per year rose from 51% in 2007 to over 76% in 2011. While the point must be taken that some two-thirds of the net profit was used for renewal and formation of capital, considerable share was enjoyed by owners. Remember, we had some extra time from the beginning. So is China a state capitalist? The critical Marxist state capitalist interpretation of the Soviet Union was predicated on the bureaucratic political class extracting surplus in the labor process in the state-owned economy. In China, however, there are also a separate business class with private ownership rights legitimating profits. So Simon Gilbert, current state capitalist theorist, state capitalism. He equates the state bureaucracy to the individual property-owning class with which it is intertwined. In this interpretation, there is a shift from Lenin's outlook. For Lenin, the socialist state retained control over the privatized economic sector. Politics was in command. For writers like Gilbert, there's a fusion of the two classes, the state political class and the private capitalist class, to constitute a bureaucratic ruling class. State capitalist theorists then defined the major cleavages in China between class groups. On the one side, party officials, state officials, private corporate business, and on the other, the working class. The former, they contend, will receive or benefit from surplus value. Other writers who were not Marxist, they nevertheless define Sino-capitalism. Christopher McNally, for instance, claims that it's a hybrid system based on interpersonal relationships using China's cultural norms in which the state fosters and guides capitalist accumulation. Marco Branko Milanovic, writing about China as well as Vietnam and Singapore, adopts a similar idea. In China, he says the bureaucracy is clearly the primary beneficiary of the system. Other Marxist writers, Sami Amin, David Harvey, for instance, also concede that in China, the relation to the means of production have similarities with modern capitalism. For Amin, there is, quote, submissive and alienated labor, extraction of surplus labor. Harvey, in discussing neoliberalism, claims that insofar as neoliberalism requires a large, easily exploited and relatively powerless labor force, then China certainly qualifies as a neoliberal economy, though he adds, albeit with Chinese characteristics. Others take a different line, and I have to skip some stuff here. Hence, the contemporary Chinese economy I regard as a state control, form of state control capitalism, retaining some socialist characteristics. To the extent that surplus value is extracted and used for private purposes, the economy has capitalist features. The increase in private ownership of productive assets in recent years has increased in China and raises the extraction of surplus. And to this extent, what is available for public use. Whether this trend in future can be reversed is possible but problematic. What then is the future direction for China? Branko Milanovic has envisaged a convergence of political capitalism to liberal capitalism. Economic power, he says, is used to conquer politics. It is a one-way convergence. China moves to capitalism. His envisaged pathway is a version of Marxism, emphasizing the superiority of economics over politics. Milanovic concludes that the domination of capitalism seems absolute. In other words, there are alternative capitalisms, but there is no alternative to capitalism. This conclusion, in my view, is overdetermined. China is essentially a state-led market economy regulated by a politically ordered economic plan. Chinese Communist Party maintains hegemonic. It maintains crucial controls over ideology, law, the mass media, and armed forces. In the economy, the state retains supervision over the banks and the amount and direction of investment, as well as considerable state ownership of property. In this context, capitalist entrepreneurship and neoliberal processes have been adapted to promote economic growth. All have benefited, and many in business sector have benefited much more than others. These developments make for contradictions in Chinese society and may be resolved in different ways depending, 1 minute more, yeah, oh, I've got 5 minutes. Well, I'm going to finish before that. These developments make for contradictions in Chinese society, but may be resolved in different ways depending on the balance of forces. State-controlled capitalism with socialist characteristics is an ideological and political alternative to neoliberal capitalism and presents a set of policies designed for an economy emerging from an autocratic form of feudalism. It is a mixed economy, building the economic basis of an industrial society modeled on capitalist practices. It contains contradictions which may lead to the formation of a socialist society or to a state-led form of capitalism. A transition to a liberal capitalist market economy is most unlikely, I believe. Perhaps the most welcome future for us, that is to say, members of a network on mixed economies, would be for China to stay just as it is, a mixed, controlled, capitalist economy with some socialist characteristics.
Thank you, David, for this conceptual, theoretical, and also like empirical presentation. And we move forward with Pietro Basso, and the title of his presentation will be Socialism and Transition to Socialism in Western Countries, according to Amadeo Bordiga. And I have to put the text here on the screen as well.
First of all, thank you to Attila Melegh for inviting me to this very, very interesting conference. Secondly, I like to show to you a photo of Amadeo Bordiga as a political prisoner. I'll speak on these men, but not as political prisoners, but as a theorist, communist theorist. Amadeo Bordiga was one of the greatest and thirdly, sorry for my so bad English pronunciation. I prepared the text, but I don't like the way I will read my text. Amadeo Bordiga was one of the greatest figures of the Third International. Yet his theoretical and political battles remain virtually unknown, particularly outside Italy, but also in Italy. Completely ignored, in particular, is rich theoretical production and political analysis of the years 1945-1966, which I consider instead of great interest. It contains, among other things, a comprehensive, original reconstruction of the Marxian analysis of the capitalist mode of production, which is the key to understanding what socialism is. According to Bordiga, what characterizes the capitalist mode of production is not the private ownership of the means of production. On the contrary, capital has abolished on a large scale private ownership rights over the instruments of production by separating en masse the direct producers, peasantry, artisans, from the condition and the means of social production. And recent developments, Bordiga notes, in the 50s, I underline this, in the 50s of the past century, are involving also a divorce between ownership and capital. More and more capital is being freed up, with the result that some capitalist firms no longer own any real estate, in some cases not even a fixed headquarters and an appreciable quantity of machinery. Conversely, property is being diluted and dissimulated or present it as the property of collective entities. The space for concessions and subcontractor is growing, as is the importance of management relations in comparison with the holding of rights and capital assets. And this process clearly demonstrates that capital is more and more a social force, an impersonal social power, to which corresponds social property, absolute possession, ownership of the social product, but not necessarily individual rights of the means of production. From this analysis, Bordiga concluded that capitalists too would increasingly have impersonal, abstract, mobile features associated more with a generic activity of producing profits, if only future profits, than with a specific entrepreneurial activity. He also added, with a lynx-like gaze, that the center of gravity of capitalist activity was shifting from productive technique to speculative maneuver. For him, insurance companies were a perfect example, a prototype of the ultimate figure of capitalist. The capitalist without his own capital. So as modern capital is capital without a boss, headless. Consequently, state ownership of the means of production, which we encounter in the history of societies prior to capitalism and also in capitalist societies, cannot be considered the hallmark of socialism. The main discriminant between capitalism and socialism is not in the sphere of law, but in the mode of organizing social production. Capitalist production is organized by enterprises as a production of commodities, of mountains on mountains of commodities. In it, the activity of each enterprise is aimed in competition with other enterprises at profit through direct or indirect exploitation of wage labor force. The unlimited paroxysmal hunger for a surplus labor extracted both from living labor and through the destruction of dead labor. Here is another fundamental characteristic of capitalism that makes it a demented economy. To satisfy its hunger for profit, this demented economy needs to continually rise unproductive consumption, pushing also the proletariat to buy commodities that answer artificially created, useless, and harmful needs placed under the dictatorship of standardized consumption. This process reflects capital's need to increase itself relentlessly in quantity, the dictatorship of exchange value over use value. And it unavoidably leads to what Bordiga calls, again in the 50s, the disaster economy, capable of producing catastrophic damages to the natural environment. Through a detailed and insightful analysis of Yankee supercapitalism, Bordiga arrives at this conclusion. Capitalism, when it claims to be welfarist, popular, social, social democratic, self-managing, human, or even socialist, is always governed by unchangeable laws that make it a system of exploitation and oppression of labor by the tandem capital and capitalist state. The driving force of capitalism is the company, the enterprise, the firm, and its insatiable greed for profit. To truly advance toward socialism, the beast that must be overthrown is therefore the firm, the enterprise, the company, and with it the despotic regulatory criterion of profit. For consequence, in order to ascertain whether or not in Russia, with Stalin and Stalinism, there was a move towards socialism, one must ask whether or not the typical categories of capitalist society, firm, profit, wage, market, money, commodity, remained in force during that period. Where there are alive and kicking, there cannot be socialism. And it is precisely with regard to these categories, particularly the firm or enterprise, that Bordiga's reconstruction is illuminating, in my opinion, of course. As he sees it, the key aspect was not the juridical one, but that also in self-styled socialist Russia, all the activity of producing goods and services took place through a multiplicity of enterprises, that is, distinct economic units with the proper accounting geared to profitability. Crucially, there was extraction of surplus value, and this appropriation took place with the aim of capital accumulation. State ownership or planning changes nothing in the capitalist framework of the economy. First of all, because the economically active state has been around for a long time in capitalist economies, so that statized economy equal socialist economy is a false equation. Moreover, there is rather less of a really statized, fully nationalized economy in Russia than its rulers flaunt. Much of the activity of large-scale state industry is contracted out to small and medium-sized firms that have not been expropriated. That would be a crime, Stalin said. And the picture in the countryside points even more in the same direction. There, the state-run economy, Sovkozy, is definitely a minority phenomenon, overshadowed by cooperative management, Kolkhozy, and small family plots, of which there are 10 of millions. And none of these three forms of organized food production is socialist. The kolkhoz is neither fish nor fowl, comprising 4 social figures in one. Small landowners running their own farms, wage laborers, enterprise stakeholders who receive a share of its profits, and collective landowners. Again, none of this relates to socialism, Bordiga says. Similarly, socialist planning is certainly not planning of production ex ante, based on physical data and geared to enlargement of producers' lives and reduction of effort. The reality of the so-called socialist planning is simply ex post registration of what has already occurred through the spontaneous initiative of separate individual economic actors, enterprises, plus a mere forecasting instrument for the future based on that registration process and oriented to higher production for the sake of production, the dictatorship of quantity of profit. Installed in Russia, then there is no trace of a socialist economy that has replaced production based on value with anti-commodity, anti-wage, and anti-enterprise production, or is at least heading in that direction. Nor does it make any sense to speak of a socialist market, which is contracting in terms, which is a contradiction in terms. Excuse me, but probably I have to cut much of. One moment, I try to cut as much as I can. Okay. Okay, development in I would like to explain that Bordiga carefully and comprehensively reconstructed Lenin's international strategy to achieve socialism, strategy of the international revolution. In this strategy, the state industry in Russia should be, could be, a step forward socialism, but nothing more. In his writings, Bordiga presented and shared Lenin's strategy as centered on the promotion of socialist revolution elsewhere in the world, states that he felicitously combined great audacity in the political domain with an extreme realistic moderation in the economic domain. And so I don't speak on the question of the construction of socialism in one country, which is for Bordiga a theoretical nonsense. And I go to the last part of my intervention. In the course of his tireless work on late-stage capitalism and the lie of building socialism in a single country, Bordiga arrives at his specific presentation of the integral program of communism according to Marx and Engels. Communism, he states, is a plan of life for the species, insofar as it affirms the primacy of the species over the individual generation, denying it root every form of ownership of the soil, production facilities, and the product of labor, as well as every form of private appropriation of science and technology. The supreme program of communism, Bordiga points out, envisages with the death of property in all its forms, individual, cooperative, state, and even social property by the whole society, the death of capitalism, the death of capital. The communist society of the future will thus be the form of society that for the first time in the history of human evolution will be able to formulate a plan of social need, a plan of production responding exclusively to social needs. First of all, reducing working time to the minimum necessary. For Bordiga, it is obvious that the transition to communism will of necessity cover a long historical period. So his criticism of Stalinism, Maoist China, Yugoslav model of socialism, and so on, does not focus on the pace of the economic social transformation, but on their direction of travel, their programs, their claim to build national socialisms, the national ways to anti-socialism, he says, and their leaders' usurpation of the title of Marxist and Communist. Bordiga never tired of repeating this, but the fixation on the program of communism also served to him to delineate the program of immediate revolutionary changes in the post-war countries of mature capitalism, with a view to a new attack on the capitalist order driven by a great crisis that, according to his forecasting, was sure to come by 1975. Bordiga described himself as merely hammering home old formulas, while he renewed and updated the program of the Manifesto of 1848 that reflected a context of dual revolution outdated in Italy, Europe, and the West in the 1950s. Here are a list of his revolutionary demands. One, I end in time, please. There is an order, monastic order. Brother, remember that you have to die. Okay, I remember. Okay, a few minutes, 4 minutes. Okay, here a list of his revolutionary demands. First, disinvestment of capital, namely destination of a far smaller part of the product to instrumental rather than consumer goods. Second, two, raising the costs of production to be able to give higher pay for less labor time as long as wage market money continue to exist. Three, drastic reduction of the working day, at least to half the current hours, absorbing unemployment and antisocial activities. Four, once the volume of production is being reduced with a plan of underproduction that concentrate production in the most necessary areas, authoritarian control of consumption, combating the fashionable advertising of useless, damaging luxury goods, and forcefully abolishing activities devoted to reactionary psychological propaganda. 5, rapid breaking of the limits of enterprise, with the transferal of authority, not of the personal, but of the material of labor, moving towards a new plan of consumption. 6, rapid abolition of social security of a mercantile type, to replace it with the social alimentation of non-workers. 7. Stopping the construction of houses and workplaces around the large and also the small cities as a first step towards the population's uniform distribution in the countryside. Prohibition of useless traffic to reduce traffic jams, speed and volume. 8. Resolute struggle against professional specialization and the social division of labor with the abolition of careers and titles. 9. Obvious immediate measures closer to political ones to make school, the press and all means of diffusion of information and the network of shows and entertainment subject to the communist state. You can judge how much this program, drafted in May 1943, was in advance of the times and how it aimed to untie knots that would become ever more tangled in later decades and would have to be cut all the more decisively as the years went by. Unfortunately, I don't have time to examine this transformation one by one, but I would like to tell you that in my opinion, the weakest point of this grand vision, not only the only weak point, but the weakest point of this grand vision is the one concerning the participation of the working masses in the development of socialism, which in my opinion is absolutely decisive. With that, I thank you for your attention in the hope that I have aroused some interest in this eminent and almost unknown exponent of the proletarian communist movement.
Thank you. Yeah, this is always very important to look at those people who are perhaps unknown for many of these other geographic contexts. And last but not least, the last presenter of this session will be Roberto della Santa, and the title of his presentation will be From the Novy Byt, 1923 to a New Way of Life, 2023. Towards non-homogeneous social forms in troubled times. So, Roberto.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon to all. I would like to thank, first of all, the collective organizations and public institutions behind the making of this event, most of all the figure of our dear Professor Attila Melegh, and the whole of the collaborators of this collective intellectual. So, the presentation very differently from the previous one, it's not based on many years of scholarship in erudition as my colleagues that were in the table. It's some kind of draft or a work in progress to some research program that I intend to follow. And the title has to do with two editorial events that are very momentous. The first one is it's in English, and I have to excuse myself as Pietro Basso from my very broken English, sorry. And the first one is a book by Leon Trotsky that is, I think it's known in English as Problems of Everyday Life. There is there's no comparison to the whole extent of the Russian version of this book and this English, French, or Spanish translations. So it's a pale reduction of the whole of the text. But I would like to emphasize that this collective endeavor as main actors of this endeavor being the left opposition, the left collective, the vanguardists, the Russian constructivists, and mainly productivists on the discussion of the, and excuse my inexistent Russian, the Novy Byt or the Perestroika Buita, the reconstruction of the mode of life debate at the Soviet Union. And the second one, the second historical moment, 100 years after the first one, is the launch in the next year by a book by Kohei Saito that would be called Marx in the Anthropocene towards the idea of degrowth communism. So, and various bourgeois magazines and newspapers announced it as a great hit, as a mainstream editorial event in Japan, and circulated again the idea of problems of everyday life, questions of the ways of life or social modes of living in The Guardian or Financial Times or etc. And what I'll try to make sense of is that the so-called problems of everyday life was a key component of a vivid, active and passionate public debate within the left front of the arts, Soviet avant-gardism, mainly constructivism and radical productivism, and the left opposition in between 1923 and 1927, in the classic terms known by everybody, of not only to interpret the world, but to transform it. In these precise terms, they were penned by, most of all, Antonio Gramsci and Leon Trotsky. And trying to avoid some notion of left-wing melancholia, our proposal is to establish how this moral and intellectual tradition can be rethinked in works such as the writings of, for instance, Michel Louvi, John Bellamy Foster, Kohei Saito, among others, regarding the notion of metabolic rift, eco-socialist workers' demands, and or a renewed movement for better working and living conditions in the troubled time of ours, reinstating the very moment of intransigent interpretation in order to change the world once again. But where to begin with what is to be done? And to give a sense of how hopelessness we historical materialists or critical thinkers and activists and militants are in the present moment, I will just give you the three most recent titles of the historical materialism event that were presented. In 2017, the title was Taking on the Far Right. Then 2 years later was Disaster Communism, Extinction Capitalism, and How to Survive. And this year, Facing the Abyss, an epoch of permanent war and counter-revolution. So it's very different time from the first edition of Leon Trotsky and the left opposition, trying to grasp what would be the reinvention of the modes of life. And I'm trying to make some conversation. I'm not economy and not so ever of the Karl Polanyi's work, as all of you are. So excuse my naivete or some confusion. But trying to be in the same page as this notion of mixed non-capitalist economies, the notion of different mechanisms of property ownership or exchange relations towards an unequal and combined social form in between market and planet economies, commodity form and state intervention, private corporation and public enterprises, free market and socialized production, or, for instance, transitional social forms and socialist total transformation as a goal, as an objective, as a concrete utopia. So the history of this debate is very rich, and I don't have the time to give a very immersive notion of it. But I'll try to make some sense of a few notes that Antonio Gramsci had on the work of Leon Trotsky and what he said in Italian, the Davidov tendency, that's to say, the left opposition. In his works of Quaderni del Carceri, there's a passage that all of you know, of course, of Americanism and Fordism, and within one paragraph, he's debating the relation towards rationalization of production and work. So he says, the tendency of Leonid Davidov, it was strictly connected to a conjunct group of questions that seems to me that was not properly brought up to light. The interest, said Gramsci, by Americanism in these articles, researches, and analysis from the Byt and literature, the Byt meaning the problems of everyday life, would be less disconnected than they should appear. That is to say, the new methods of work are intrinsically linked to some kind, and I quote, of modes of living, thinking, and feeling life. So you cannot be successful in one terrain without gaining tangible results in the other. And was not Gramsci the first Marxist in the 20th century to consider the world market or global capitalist system as being led by the hegemonic power of United States and Americanism in the world? It was Trotsky, the first communist leader, to reveal and to put in its proper terms studies and research of the new imperialism and the constitution of world system. Gramsci, and this was at the audience in loco, and an enthusiast of the material that was recompiled in the volume that was known as Europe and America, Two Speeches on Imperialism. Gramsci refers to conversations held with Trotsky during his permanence in Russia. In that period, not only Gramsci collaborated with Trotsky in the matters of questions of political leadership, but also in the terrain of cultural research. In particular, one note about the futurist Italian movement was penned by the demand by Leon Davidov to the book of Literature and Revolution, and is part of the appendix and shows this correlation. So in respect to these researches, investigations and texts about the Byt, so the Byt is, Romo Jakobson tells us that's a very tricky, difficult, I know several of you speaks Russian, but for us that don't speak Russian, it's a very intricate and difficult concept about the material life of every day, and it has a distinctions to the Byti. I don't know if the pronunciation is correct, but that is to say more elevate spiritual forms like science, arts, whatsoever. So this meaning of Byt is very strict. And in the same time that it was published, the Problems of Everyday Life, was published also the new course in the same year, with rush criticism to the new way of life in the newly born Soviet Union towards the collective organization of the Bolshevik Party. So concerning Americanism and Fordism and the conceptions of way of life, living, thinking, feeling, in other occasion, and the different aspects of it was also in Literature and Revolution, another book penned by Leon Trotsky. So the main events in the class struggle that developed in the Soviet process of revolution at that time was NEP, the new economic politics that was from the first half of the decade of 1920. That is to say, some kind of laissez-faire applied to the political economy and antagonizing a new kind of bourgeoisman, the NEP man, and a new proletariat in the afterwar. So it was and saw the rising of the troika of Stalin, Kamenev, and Zinoviev, and the acute political bureaucratization of both the party and the state, and a very keen restructuration of the social relations. And the inner bulletins of both the parties and the different organizations and state material was trying to grasp some malaise, some workers' malaise about housing, some indicators of productivity, subvaluation of older workmen, underpaid wages, and the generality of prices, the dysfunctional character of cooperatives, and the huge amount of the rising of the taxes that was relative to salary, to wages, and the absence of basic rules of safety and security in work. So the insatisfaction of the workers as aiming at this management of the Soviet elite. So this work, the new course and problems of everyday life, dealing with problems of attention to the details or householding for workers, the different types of urbanism and architecture, Soviet families, and different ways of lives, living, thinking, and feeling life, was connected to a huge social project that is to transform society in the Soviet Union. So 10 left or? Okay. Okay, thank you. And this trends trying to cope with this, let us say, proletariat humor or the social psychic of the new state was different kinds of analysis that has nothing to do with metaphysics and was very related to the cultural, to material culture and the everyday life of the Soviet Union. This notion of wit and witty. And this, sorry, the emphasis given to the restructuration of this mode of life in Soviet Union is a very unique moment of discussion in between artists and revolutionaries. And Leon Trotsky, among others, is one of the main, let us say, examples of this kind of intercourse or correlations in the field. So I think that this debate, I won't have time to grasp the centrality of what is the new meaning of what Kohei Saito, Jason Harp, or Michel Lovy, or even John Bellamy Foster are trying to put up in the scenery of how these new ways of life or the metabolic rift or eco-socialist demands has to do with the notion of means of life, modes of life. That's an early conception that appears even in the German ideology manuscripts, both by Marx and Engels. But I think that's a very important discussion, a classic discussion about culture. That is to say, culture versus civilization, romanticism, both an enlightenment, matter and spirit, the arts and anthropology, aesthetics and a way of life in the everyday life regarding a new integral civilization, the efforts to construct such a new civilization. And the formula that was penned by Vladimir Lenin to establish this new collective endeavor was the expression cultural militantism. And they both, Lenin and Trotsky, they saw the political parties not as a fetish of organization, but as historical agency meant to be, how can I put it in English? To try to intermingle, to intertwine culture and politics in the sense of reconstruction of the Byt. Quoting Trotsky, the communist organization is the political party in the broader sense, historical, or if you prefer, philosophical. The other parties, they are political only in the sense that they make petite politics. If a party transferred their collective action and efforts to the cultural domain, it by no means it weakens its political party, that is to say, its leadership function. So this book, and I'll try to end in the minutes that I have. This book is ended with a very rich and enriched notion of a workers' inquiry towards cultural militantism. And it's with different leaders of different factors, asking how many books are at the disposal of workers, how should it be planned, the crash for the kindergarten for little children, or how to organize Soviet families. It was it's a very detailed workers' inquiry, trying to make some political translation of these demands against the reification of the whole of social relations, as saying about the Napman, and the fetishism of state apparatus and political nomenclatura. That is to say, the commodity form and the bureaucratic form. Directioning its effort to the reconstruction of the workers' class, that is the builder of a new society. So the action program that was put to the test of history, if you want, was the restructuration of the ways of living that includes a total reorganization of the journalistic editorial activity, smoothness and delicadeza, kindness, not just to be more delicate in the interpersonal treats, the integral education of the youth, the more sophistication in language and attention to details to combat alcoholism, all liberty or freedom for women, and cinema as an aspect of formation and education, and not only entertaining and distraction to Soviet families. One of these, let me end like this. One of the articles of this important book, it's pretty much forgotten by the left wing in general. It has a title that's astonishing. It's called Cinema, Vodka and Church. So what's the correlation in between cinema, vodka and church? The vodka at that time was a state monopoly. And Trotsky was arguing that the Soviet state should not have such a thing as vodka monopoly, but cinema monopoly. And he was trying to compare the ritualization of church with the new ritualization of filmmaking in the modern age. That is to say, how to surpass religion not only by abstract atheist propaganda, but grasping of material culture of the whole of the population. Thank you for your attention.
Don't move back, because I would like to invite all of the presenters to the floor and give you a chance also to react. Stay here, and we have like 15 minutes for discussion and questions, comments from the audience, both in presence and online. How I would go is to collect 4 or 5 of them and let the panel react and answer. So yeah, could you raise your hands, everybody who wants to ask questions? So you, and then Attila and Annika.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good afternoon to all. My name is Pietro Basso, teacher researcher from Budapest, Hungary. My first short comment to the presentation, Roberto della Santa. Thank you very much. And just a short note, Marx and Lenin also wrote that capitalism making and provoking perpetual war. So it is not new, it is a history of our nowadays. So my second comment to presentation to David Lane. Thank you very much. I agree his conclusion. China is state capitalist with some socialist characters. So I agree, therefore my comment is not a debate or opposite, just a comment from Hungary. In the 80s years, lots of people from China, from the Communist Party of China, came to Hungary to study our political economical system, because the János Kádár, the Secretary General of Hungarian Communist, the Kádár regime, it was an example for China and for Deng Xiaoping in personnel. And ironically, it is the joke of the history that after 40 years, nowadays, today's the political economical system of China and the political economical system of Hungary is very same. The political party controlled state capitalism, with private ownership, of course, and without free market. It's very important, without free market. So it is ironically, in fact, so if somebody say that China is a socialist state, then Hungary is too, but it is a fake, of course. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for all the great presentation, and Keith was correct. So we are going to swallow these ideas. It's going to take some time because so much has been said. So let me just now ask 3 questions. One is, Keith, I very much agree with you that markets can take different forms and money can take different forms. So, and very importantly, how it is integrated into society is something essential for anybody, after Polanyi especially. That's something very, very important. But what would be the conditions between the beginning of your paper? So what would be the conditions to avoid this plutocracy, you put it, rent-seeking type of and what are the institutional guarantees that we don't end up there, right? So how to separate these different trajectories, right? That would be, I think, very important to talk about, because we say that it. What should we do? Should we do something on the financial markets or the financing of the corporations, or what should we do in that sense? Based, so I'm not saying future, but at least think it over theoretically. That would be my first question. The second one is also related to this mixture. It's to Raquel. What was, as a historian, what kind of a relationship you could see between these companies controlled by workers and the companies not controlled by workers? So how they were making business, and how was the social relationship between these different sectors, right? And then, of course, we can imagine that all of a sudden workers persuaded other workers that you should follow the pattern, but maybe that was not the case in many cases. You said just 600 companies. I'm sure that there were many more companies there, which is also related to that. And then last but not least, but because I have other comments as well, but I will give 2 little comments, but one to David. So I think your analysis of China is a perfect example of showing that there are contradictions and enormous tensions in the whole system. And actually, maybe I'm just saying, because a whole lot of discussion is going on how Xi Jinping is actually trying to maneuver, but I think Xi Jinping has almost a mission impossible. He has to be super authoritarian in order to maintain something which seems to be unsustainable in the very, very long run, because of the inner contradictions between different sectors and how to combine. So I just would like to see your opinion. You told that there are 2 options out of this, or even more options out of this, but what would be your evaluation from a political point of view? And the 2 little comments I just want to make to the last 2 presentations is not a question, it's a comment. I think when I read your paper on Bordiga, I immediately felt at home, because this was exactly the kind of a line that István Mészáros was following. And originally you planned it that you would talk about both at the same time. Maybe next time we have to come back to this, because this Mészáros, the logic of capital, how to get over that, and that it seems that it's very similar between the 2. I am just asking this. And then to Roberto, I think what you are writing and what you are talking about is for me a perfect example how revolutionary this mixture of different social forms together could be, how liberating it could be in the 1920s. I'm just saying that during the evenings, in silent evenings, I am rereading Makarenko's huge piece, and then how actually he was trying to manage a state-run estate of children with peasants and kulaks, and then how to organize, how to make a factory out of the whole story, and so on. The only thing I can say is that it's absolutely amazingly liberating And you can see the end of Makarenko is not so liberating, because then we end up in this Stalinist period and the whole thing is getting into trouble, that's for sure. I just wanted to say, but thank you very much for all. This was really just an amazing session.
Thank you. Yeah, indeed, so rich. Thank you so much. I would resonate with Raquel's presentation about this moment that we are faced with, in which it seems that a kind of transition to an alternative to capitalism is more possible than ever. You said that during this last crisis produced by capitalism, and clear that the state plays a huge role in the formation and salvation of market economy, actually. Starting with the financial crisis, the bailout of banks, continuing with state interventions during pandemic, when the state gave aid to the companies, until nowadays when we see how the states are actually giving subventions for energy companies and so on and so forth. So seemingly it became very clear that there is a political consensus across the globe that the states need to intervene to make capitalism to go. My question would be where this consensus comes from. They are not only not the nation states that decided all together or separately at the moment that from now on we are going to do this, but there are some big international organizations which actually are balls of power. And I wonder, if you are thinking about alternative to capitalism, how these big international organizations might be occupied, in the sense that you were talking about occupying enterprises, occupying the state. What about occupying those power institutions which really shaped the whole ideological and political and economic mechanisms of contemporary capitalism and this very interdependent world. And another question would be, the role of ideologies in making us, or the working class, or different working classes actually being weak. So how, ideologies are contributing to this? How are they discouraging us? How are they demotivating us? Making us to be afraid, and for example using war and militarization as tool to making us to be constantly afraid to think about anything, not to speak about a radical change.
And I will take this one from the online audience, and this is for you. I will read it loudly so that it remains also on the recording. As regards the radical cultural activism argued by Lenin and Trotsky, what does one do today when it is the right which does have medical cultural monopoly, if I understand it right, but you can check it on the screen. And I will start with Keith, and can you then pass over the mic to the others as well?
Well, I had a communication problem because triggered by this conference and another demand from the Most group in France, and having written a synthetic book, which was published in March, and starting the next book, I didn't know how, it was too fresh for me to synthesize, but I tried my best. And in the talk, and this is the first time I tried to give a talk in this way, in the course of it, I left out the two most important sections that deal with your question. And also I had, 3 pages of references and forgot to say, turn the page. So I only hope that you can find some, but you know, I have my latest post on academia, for which I give the link, contains the substance of the talk I gave today. But I just wanted to say that for 2 decades with colleagues, I've been developing the notion of a human economy. And for a decade, I directed in Pretoria, South Africa, a human economy program, which had postdocs from all over the world and created a consolidated body of African PhD students. And the main idea of the human economy program is that we must start with the local and with things that matter intimately to people. We must also, disseminate our research findings in ways that people can use, because we're in a university and we had to satisfy our international funders with adequate publications so we would not be renewed. But the second point is that, we felt that we have to extend what we learn from our local studies or national studies as far as possible beyond the boundaries of that vision to move towards embracing larger questions. And that task was what we focused on most, and it's very difficult to reproduce in a short talk. But I have listed a dozen of my, I've written 120 books, articles, conference, seminar, conference speeches, and posts since 2000. I've been writing, furiously, and I selected a dozen of the things that I've written on the rise and fall of national capitalism, the history of financialization since the Industrial Revolution, how money is both personal and impersonal, and so on and so forth. I didn't know how to synthesize this, and in the pressure of the moment, I didn't even deliver my paper effectively. But I hope that it stimulated some of you to want to follow that up. And as soon as that is available online, perhaps you may be able to follow it there. But it is definitely about how can we bridge the gap in practical terms and in theoretical terms. But I didn't have the time to be able to reduce that to a sensible speech.
Thank you so much for your questions. I don't know if I can answer to them. And I shall ask also, sorry for the English of my presentation, but I had to do it in such a short time. So concerning the state, I have the feeling, I will say like this, that the increasing role of the state in our societies is part of the decay of capitalism system historically. So when the bourgeoisie goes and asks money for the state to save the banks, the General Motors, the Bank of America, the Lloyds, the virtual capitalism would have disappeared in 2008 because the biggest banks that own the biggest companies bankrupt. I don't think they do this because they won't or because they defend this, but because there is no alternative to the role of the competition in the world market nowadays. And the same with wars. The option of the wars, sometimes I think we make a confusion between what capitalism is and what the individual capitalists are. Nobody's happy with wars. including state leaderships or capitalists that own the companies, except maybe the ones that produce guns directly. But war is the economy of destruction is, let's say, the last option. So if capitalists could, they would be happy with the European Union pretending they are all brother friend states, as they claim to say, or I mean, the United States was happily dealing with Putin and Putin with Saudi Arabia and Saudi Arabia with China. So I don't think. I think when we reach the solution from the point of view of profit of war, it's already a confession of ingovernability in maintaining a high rate of profit. Saying this, the role of this international institution as IMF and other ones, including, in my opinion, United Nations. I don't think United Nations are a neutral institution. The role of this institution, what has shown is that state as a form is an historical form that is a huge contradiction to capital itself, because these institutions come and they appear to try to, let's say, as Marx wrote about the state, trying to organize the bourgeoisie. They try to organize the world market, and they are totally incapable of doing this because state is there. And this is the contradiction of capital. We don't have a super imperialism. We don't have a super imperialism above the state. State is continue to be the strongest, but it became also the weakness part of capital, because with socialization of production worldwide, you cannot use the state to regulate the relations between different capitals. As very short to Attila, there were 600 companies occupied in the Portuguese Revolution, most of them because capitalists escaped from the country, or they were trying to fire people. And the workers reacted, occupying companies, trying to maintain them. There was a consensus that these companies, from the capital point of view, in a capitalist society, were not viable. They could not compete in the market. So the other companies, which were put it under workers' control, but continue to be capitalist countries, there was in many of them the option of helping these small occupied companies. This relation happened. And happened because the small companies that were not viable economically, let's say small textile companies, small subcontract companies, and other kinds of companies that were occupied by the workers, they could not compete in the market and survive and pay the wages. So they were helped, including in a very solidary base. And then they were obliged, the state was obliged to put money in these companies because the workers' struggle obliged this. But there was always the sense from the other companies, and when I say the sense, I have studied this carefully with a huge number of bulletins, etc., that I have read in my research. That was always the sense that these companies were not viable in a market society, but they were shown that workers could learn how to manage a company. So politically, they became very important because of this. And there is an incredible, one of examples I tell you in 50 seconds. Some girls, some women occupy a textile company, and they are going to be filmed by the television, which was also occupied by the journalists. And they enter in the secretary of the manager. And they were afraid to go in there. They were afraid to go in there because there was sexual harassment by the manager, because this is a women's company. And they were afraid to go there because they were afraid of, they call, papers. They say we know nothing about this, about delivering, about accountability, about tissues. We know nothing about manager. So and the beautiful thing I didn't told you is that thousands of students of engineer, economy, etc., went, militants, all of them from different Marxist parties, went to help to manage these companies during the Portuguese Revolution, which is something very interesting to research as well.
There's 3 questions. I would hope that someone asked me about Correia Saito and John Bellamy Foster, but they're different questions. The first one, of course, perpetual war and permanent counter-revolution were remarks that were classics of Marxism, but I was trying to highlight that the choice of the organizer was not to put banners like "Our power to Soviets, workers of the whole world unite," or "Permanent revolution." And in this sense, the very midnight of the century, with Nazism and Stalinism, the last words of Leon Trotsky was, "Life is beautiful, let the future generations cleanse it of all evil oppression and enjoy fully." So this is, I think it's a kind of a strategic wager and utopic imagination that it's very important for the left wing. The second remark on the amazingly liberating experiences in the producing of alternative social forms, I would agree completely. And I would just remark that this collaboration, this close collaboration in between the left opposition and the left collective, let us say Vladimir Mayakovsky, Osip Brik, and others, has a legacy that's very powerful. Arvatov, Tretyakov, Bogdanov, the Proletkult, they all trying to, I think, in a sense, let me say in a poetic manner, to put the wildest dreams of William Morris's in the 18th century in a new industry era of a new kind of man, a new kind of civilization, and so on. And I think this has to be recuperated. It's very important. And for the last remark that was made in the internet about how cultural militantism can be nowadays performed in a world that the right and the far right is has the monopoly of the media and mass communication and culture. So let us think. In Soviet Union, the illiteracy of the population and the very low development of the social forces of production, the means to do it was, let us think together, with analphabets in the main of the population, in peasants and workers, when they put the paper to the print, the newspaper to the print, they had to make jog rolls or collective readings of the newspaper to the comrades. So it wasn't easier than today, I think. So when you're thinking about cultural militantism, I'm not wondering some wild idea made in my mind, but let us think of Jacobin magazine in the United States, or Ken Loach movies, or different endeavors that could be collective. And I think that the main key is try double-bind politics to approximate the cultural industry workers to a notion that they are part of the proletariat. So they are wage workers, they have interests and necessities that is the same of the most of the population, and the other part that we are not just consumers of culture, art, and everyday life, we are also productive. So in this new world of socialization of production, I think we have to move forward, of course, looking at past experiences, but trying to overcome, develop them.
I have no comment to do, only to what said Attila. Also, in my opinion, Mészáros is the socialist thinker more close to Bordiga, especially as regards underproduction, the necessity of cut production sharply, because capitalist production is increasingly demented, is increasingly a production of useless goods. Both are not so popular because they sound too radical, no? But the reality is that all the forms of false socialism criticized by Bordiga knew a true catastrophe produced by their capitalist contradictions, starting from Russia, Stalinist and post-Stalinist Russia, and all the so-called real socialism. The next will be China. China is now hit by overproduction, increasing employment, increasing power of financial entities, overpollution, the search of terre rare needed for the so-called green new course of capitalism is devastating. China now is devastating by this search, by this mining activity, which is decisive for the clash between China and United States. Socialism in China is based on over-exploitation of labor. We don't see any form of difference between a capitalist society and China as regards labor, as regards the division, social division of labor. What is the difference between United States division of labor and Chinese division of labor? What is? So that I fear that Bordiga's analysis will be discovered too late.
Okay, spasibo. Well, I think my point really would be that what we are concerned with countries like Russia and China is the move from feudalism to socialism, and that I think that it's faulty to try to apply the ideas that Marx and Engels had to criticize the developments in these countries, because they were faced with quite different problems to what were anticipated by the traditional Marxists. And therefore, you have to try to apply in some way a progressive movement to see how you can move from a feudal, autocratic kind of system to a more advanced system. And I think that this is what the socialists in these countries are trying to do, and that's the problem that they're grappling with. And I think there are many people that don't really understand that this is the problem, and they address a different kind of problem. So as far as the Chinese are concerned, I think that what they have learned from the Soviet experience is that you can't move to socialism in one jump. You can't jump the river in with one stride. And that, I think, is what a major criticism of the Soviet system. And I think that what they have done quite explicitly, and have been successful in doing this, have been using the mechanisms of capitalism to build an industrial society. And I don't agree with some of the other speakers that the level of exploitation is as great as it is in the West. That is quite wrong. You look at the level of exploitation, the level of profits for Western companies, it's very much higher than it is in China, for example. And certainly there was no level of exploitation of this kind in the Soviet Union. I think it's quite erroneous to say that. There was no form of exploitation of this kind. I would ask some of the speakers, what form did this exploitation take? Was it comparable to the level of dividends which are paid in Western societies? There was no comparison of that. And again, if you look at the way of life of the elites in these societies, and many of you probably many here people have lived in Hungary during this time. What was the social distance between the elites in Hungary and the workers in Hungary compared to the social distance between the elites in the United States or the United Kingdom or in Germany and the ordinary person? I wouldn't suggest to you the facts are that there was very much narrower in the socialist countries than it is in the capitalist countries. So I'm much more positive about the way in which industrial societies are being built in these countries. And I think they did it with far less social costs than it was done in the capitalist countries. And as to the future, I do believe that what I think the Chinese and the Soviets showed to a considerable extent is that politics can take command over economics. That is to say, you can have a political system which can control the economic system. That the economic system need not get out of control and work for its own particular interests, which is what you have in market liberalism. So that a political party which has particular social can exert those goals despite the nature of the economy. So I'm rather more optimistic about the future in China, because I think it is quite possible that if the Communist Party does attempt to move towards a communist program, it can do so. It's got the means to do so, which countries in the West do not, unfortunately, have the means to do so. So I think one should be rather more optimistic and to look at China in a dualistic way and to see, well, there are contradictions, as you've said. These contradictions can be resolved in different ways. And I think it's quite possible that they will be resolved by a move to communism, capitalism.
So thank you for all of the presenters of this first session. My question to the organizers: how much coffee break do we take, and when? We need at least 20 minutes, so then let's meet at 16:40 perhaps. And then we continue with the next session, and a great round of applause for our presenters.
everyone. We are about to start the second session of our conference on mixed economies. And this is going to happen in a hybrid space. So 4 of our presenters are online. And one of them is somewhere here or will be in the room. My name is Annika Vince. I'm going to chair this session entitled Financing, Accounting and Money in Non-Capitalist Economies. We started late with 25 minutes, so obviously we stay for like additional 20 minutes. We have Radhika Desai as the first presenter. She's there online. We are seeing you. Let me introduce Radhika. She's professor at the Department of Political Studies and director of the Geopolitical Economy Research Group at the University of Manitoba, Winnipeg, Canada. And she's also president of the Society for Socialist Studies. She proposed a historical materialist approach to understanding world affairs in her Geopolitical Economy After U.S. Hegemony, Globalization and Empire, a book published in 2013. And her latest book is due out in this year, late November, and is titled Capitalism, Coronavirus and War, a Geopolitical Economy. I propose to change now a bit the thing, like I'm going to introduce everybody before speaking. So Radhika, I would like to ask you to take the floor. You have 25 minutes. If you want me to give a sign when you still have 10 or 5, I don't know, would you like it? I will need to say it loudly because we cannot do it otherwise. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
And if it's at all possible, I would love to be able to see the audience rather than a screen of myself, but perhaps that's not possible.
No, probably not. No, because all is set like this. I mean, we see you very well and we are happy, but yeah.
Okay, well, all right. Well, thank you very much. And thanks to all the organizers for this opportunity. As Attila knows, I've always thought that this initiative of a mixed economies conference was absolutely brilliant. And I'm very happy to be part of this again. The paper I'm presenting is a further development of the paper I presented at the first conference a year ago. And it's basically an ongoing project. It emerges from a whole range of things I've been doing around the theme of money and financialization and the international monetary system. And another element in my work is really working on Marx's understanding of money. So in this, which will become clear as I go along. So for me, looking at money in socialism provides a unique ringside seat on its abuse in contemporary capitalism. And I'll explain that as well, because of course, people think that money has its fullest and best development under capitalism, but I'm going to argue that money is deeply contradictory in capitalism. So it allows a unique ringside seat on its abuse in contemporary capitalism to facilitate rentier activity and strangle productive activity. And the pervasive misunderstandings about money that pervade not only the mainstream, but also Marxist economics. And chief among these misunderstandings, in my humble opinion, is the view that Marx had a commodity theory of money. As I always like to say, if that's the theory of money he had, you should throw out all the volumes of Capital and everything Marx wrote. It is also, this work is also very much related to the argument developed so far only in an article that focuses on Polanyi. That is exactly that Marx didn't have not only did Marx not have a commodity theory of money, he would have agreed with Polanyi that money was a fictitious commodity, is a fictitious commodity. It is not produced for sale. It is the institutional foundation of the organization of society. It has no cost of production. And as I argued in another article I wrote, great deal of political economy up to and including Marx was devoted precisely precisely to finding the special laws that governed the prices of these fictional commodities, namely land, labor, and money. So instead, I believe it can be argued that Marx's view was that money was an ancient social institution, which plays a different role at different times. So if you remember, some of you will remember that Marx actually has differentiates between what he calls trans-historical categories and historical categories. So for example, labor is eternal. We all have to make our living, but free wage labor is a very historical category confined to the historical period of capitalism. So similarly, I would say that Marx, had he written his volumes on money that he had planned as part of Capital, would have said that money too behaves differently and is organized differently in different societies. And my own argument is that all the sections where Marx appears to be talking about, money as being a commodity, he is really exploring capitalism's requirements, the requirements that capitalism imposes on money, which is, and chief among them is that money should behave like a commodity. And it does that, as we know, chiefly by imposing on it an artificial scarcity, to make money artificially scarce. And the purpose of that is that it should not outstrip capitalist production, whose level is subject, after all, to the vagaries of capitalists' investment decisions. So for instance, in the gold standard period, for example, Keynes argued that money was kept artificially low in volume and indeed had a pervasively deflationary effect. So capitalism imposes contradictory demands on money. It must, on the one hand, be abundant to facilitate capitalist accumulation, and at the same time, it must be scarce, for instance, in order to maintain its value. In the 20th century, I would say that the political and geopolitical economy of money also changed, largely as a result of rising working class power, which, as many have argued, made the operation of the gold standard practically impossible in most societies. And of course, also the national development imperatives of the various countries struggling to develop, which also made the gold standard unworkable. So, and a final instance of how capitalism really does not deal with money very well is that it can only deal with inflation, that is to say, a rapid deterioration in the value of money, with the sledgehammer of recession-inducing interest rates. So these are just some ideas to show you that capitalism really has a very bad way of organizing money. I have also argued that Marx believed that capitalism inherited the medieval system of money and credit, and he anticipated that it would be transformed into one more suited to expanding production. And Hilferding later on in his writings on finance capital shows how this transformation had taken place, but it had not taken place in England, where you saw the inherited system still prevailing, the archaic and inherited system still prevailing, but in an instance of uneven and combined development, it was taking place in the German banking system in particular, which Hilferding considered paradigmatic of finance capital. He also would have considered many other Central European systems to be so. And I would also say that I should also add that he considered the US system of the time to be such a more developed system, more suited to the needs of capitalism. So, and this he opposed to the archaic, short-term, trade-focused and commercial credit system that still prevailed in England. So in finance capital, you have a contrast between the two types of financial systems. In geopolitical economy, and now in capitalism, coronavirus, and war, I have argued that if the expectation that this more advanced type of finance, which Hilferding identified in Germany, would become more generalized was not fulfilled, it is because the United States, in its desire to emulate Britain's 19th century dominance, particularly the dominance of the sterling, of sterling with the gold sterling standard. So the US desire to emulate this in the 20th century prompted it to turn its own financial system which Hilferding earlier considered to be a specimen of finance capital, into something resembling the British archaic system, so that since the 1970s in particular, we have seen that the American financial system has transformed very rapidly, has been deregulated. The Glass-Steagall Act was the peak of this, the repeal of the Glass-Steagall Act was the peak of this deregulation. And so the United States has been, financial system has been transformed from a more productively oriented one to a more casino type one that we now see today, and which has been responsible for repeated financial crises. So this argument of mine also joins Marx's view of money under capitalism and its geopolitical economy, which I have proposed as a better way of understanding the evolution of capitalism at a world level, because one of my key arguments, and with this argument, I join Marxism with the developmental state theorists that have emerged in the, particularly since the 1970s, to link the development of the newly industrializing countries back to the so-called late development of Germany and other countries. So I'm connecting these two as a better way of understanding the evolution of capitalism as a world level, in which states engaged in combined development, which I take to be state-directed hot housing of industrial development, which of course took capitalist forms in countries like Germany or the United States or Japan, but starting in 1917 also took socialist forms with the development of the Soviet Union. So this type of state interventionist development is what has really spread productive capacity around the world to the extent it has. And there is, of course, a very big element of anti-imperialism here, which is very important. And to me, this trend is directly connected with the transition to socialism. So just as Marx had argued that the transition of capitalism to monopoly prepared the way for socialism by massifying the apparatuses of production so that they could be taken over, so also the transition of to finance capital, that is the type of financial system that Hilferding described, facilitates the transition to socialism. Finance capital type of arrangements of money and finance are more similar to socialism than the Anglo-American speculative and predatory arrangements. So given this, one is not surprised to read in George Garvey's National Bureau of Economic Research study, which was published in the late 70s, of money in the Soviet Union, that, and I'm now quoting him, in historical perspective, the position of the State Bank of the USSR, the Gosbank as it was called, today may be viewed as the ultimate expression of a relationship between government and banking that has its roots in Tsarist Russia. Making active use of official guidance, support, and stimulation to push the backward country towards modernization, the Tsarist government was one of the first anywhere to press banking into the service of economic progress. And further, later on, he says, and I'm quoting again, all of Europe's central banks, which except for that of Sweden were privately owned prior to the First World War, made important contributions to the development of their country's economic potential through direct lending to the private sector, as well as through discount operations. In numerous cases, they facilitated the financing of factories with a view to their military value, but only Tsarist Russia's State Bank, which had maintained its position as the leading source of commercial credit even after becoming a bank of issue, consistently undertook credit operations in the interest of economic development, and in this connection, frequently took credit risks incompatible with normal business practice. It made loans under conditions that in some cases were equivalent to subsidies, and occasionally waived repayment, effectively transforming loans into grants in order to nurse through enterprises judged essential from the national standpoint. It even supplied capital directly to industry through loans collateralized by new securities and provided the initial capital for some new banks. So, and I should have said earlier, this paper is very much a work in progress, but I'm just putting together some broad outlines about how to think about money under socialism. Now, as I embarked on this research, what I've discovered is that much of the English language literature on money under socialism, and particularly in the Soviet Union, treats these monetary systems as distortions or a lesser version of capitalist ones. This is misleading, of course, because this does not recognize that the inner rationale of the Soviet system. It does not recognize the inner rationale of the Soviet system, and this approach also eternalizes capitalist money. It behaves as though money should take a capitalist form in every type of society. The implication is that if the Soviet system became more like the capitalist one, it would have fewer problems. The reality, however, is the opposite. Capitalist money is beset with problems which not only ensnarl working people's livelihoods, subjecting them to low investment and job creation, low wages, debt, and general mystification of the functions of money, but are beset with contradictions that they cannot deal with. So in a recent paper on the US inflation and the Federal Reserve's inability to deal with it, I've argued that tackling inflation would, at this point in time, would endanger, like, you know, with the sledgehammer of rising interest rates, would endanger the very vast financial house of cards that has been built on the foundations of easy money, on which the wealth of the country's tiny elite depends. This is what the Federal Reserve dare not do, and not tackling it undermines the value of the dollar, both as a means of accumulation and internationally. So treating the Soviet system as just sort of a backward version of a capitalist monetary system is not the way to go. And this is why I found the work of Istvan Varga really quite interesting. So he was he's described by one of the people who wrote a sort of biographical and intellectual biographical essay on Varga, Majoros. I don't know whether it's a man or a woman, but anyway, Majoros describes him as a post-Keynesian scholar, as a mainstream scholar, but also really quite post-Keynesian and a bit of an eclectic pluralist. He certainly seemed to know his Marxist theory, but also seemed to know, if you read his work, a vast amount of mainstream Western economics as well. He also described himself as a non-Marxist economist living and working in Hungary, in socialist Hungary. And as I read more of his work, I think that in the 50s and 60s, the position that he had was a rather viable one to take, because people also spoke of the convergence of socialist systems and capitalist systems. So certainly his neoclassical training did not prevent him from seeing that for countries that have set off on the way to socialism, there is, on political and sociological grounds, no return. And he even cites Schumpeter in support of this view. Now, Varga played a very important role in dealing with Hungary's post-war inflation, which I understand was historically unprecedented and has never been repeated anywhere. It was worse than Weimar Germany, was worse than practically anything we've seen before or since. And this was successfully ended without foreign credits, which were usually considered necessary. And it was ended entirely by adjusting production and restricting consumption in as fair a way as possible. Nicholas Kaldor considered this near miraculous, and he commented that this defied all the accumulated monetary wisdom of the time. And people have argued that Varga, although he was nowhere near the public, he was not close to the public authorities at the time, but he wrote memoranda after memoranda in which he suggested that they should do it in a certain way. And this particular writer, Majoros, shows that they seem to have followed a number of his key proposals. Now, Varga's mainstream background was an asset for two reasons. I have argued that there is an important irony about neoclassical economics. It posited a self-regulating market order which could exist anywhere at any time as a system for production, for the provision of human needs. In this form, it catalyzed the socialist calculation debate and later discussions of welfare and planning. However, precisely for that reason, it could only fail to penetrate the one historical form of social production that was the farthest thing in human history to a system for the provisioning of human needs, and that is capitalism. So ironically, neoclassical economics is better equipped to understand socialist economies than it is to understand capitalist economies. It is lousy at understanding capitalist economies, and that's why we criticize it. So Varga's neoclassical training allowed him to understand the socialist economies and understand it better than many of his Marxist contemporaries. And this brings me to the second reason why Varga's mainstream training was an asset. Marx's analysis of capitalism as contradictory value production was of little help, practical help to Soviet Marxists in creating their economic system. At the same time, the widespread belief among Marxists that Marx had a commodity theory of money led to mistaken beliefs, for example, that Soviet money retained its value because of its gold backing. Not only was Varga was clearly, he disputed this belief. He was very clear that a gold currency cannot be established without a certain spontaneity, and that in the currency of socialist countries, such spontaneity cannot be permitted. And finally, he also said that the view that planned economies of socialist countries could operate with a gold currency is a contradiction in terms. Varga was
10 more minutes. 10 more minutes.
Yeah, Varga was clear that this was not the case. The value of money is secured under socialism primarily by means of fixed prices determined by the state and by means of the balance of the national balance sheets. The national balance, this balance is achieved in the USSR through years of experimentation, he also argued. Though, indeed, if money is not well understood in capitalism, thanks to its dominant intellectual tradition, which both Keynes and Marx criticized, there is an equal and opposite misunderstanding in the USSR. Varga points out that despite the great significance of money and the monetary system for the socialist economic system, socialist monetary theory is in a pretty sad state. This fact stands in brute opposition to the fact that the monetary system in all socialist countries functions well and without disturbances. The money and finance policies of these countries takes, in my view, fortunately, no notice of the monetary theory that is taught in the universities of these countries. So, so Varga basically is focusing on the system that came into being after the reform of the early 1930s, which ended the periods of big inflation that afflicted the Soviet Union in its early years, and before the further reforms of the 60s, which introduced more commodity dynamics and subjected the system to more inflationary pressures. And this leads one to consider the following. Before the development of information and communication technology, permitting market freedoms was the chief way of solving information feedback loop problems in planning. However, with the development of ICT, which today permits vast corporations to engage in precisely the sort of planning responsive to consumer demand and other changes that socialism needs, and there is no need to admit greater market freedoms than are necessary for a degree of consumer choice and flexibility. Money is needed, according to Varga, in the Soviet system, chiefly because production does not get centralized into a single firm. And at times, Marxists like Lenin anticipated, because the economy of scarcity is not entirely eliminated. Would it be eliminated under communism? Perhaps not even in communism, says Varga. And he cites some very interesting writings, which I will skip for now. So neoliberals in the economic calculation debate claim that a proper economic accounting would not be possible in socialism, but the USSR showed otherwise. It showed that a trouble-free, and these are Varga's words, trouble-free distribution of income, exchange of commodities, and economic accounting were indeed established there. For Varga, money under socialism serves the systematic organization and development of the entire socialist reproduction production process. Money is therefore the organizational basis of the socialist economy, a means of its planning and control, and also the planned distribution of the national product and the planned redistribution of the national income. That is, as the means of realizing such ends which are far broader than those connected with the calculative aspects of a capitalist economy. Both Varga and Garvey, so from different points of view, laud the Soviet system for being able to control inflation. And in Varga's assessment, there are a number of things that are involved in that. First of all, the more or less complete absence of a market in interfirm relations. The fact that if some things were not available, consumers would simply buy substitutes for them. So, if pork was not available, you'd buy beef or something like that. Of course, the system was geared to make production adjustments to imbalances in demand and supply. Varga also makes a big deal of the fact that actually the circulation of money is actually quite short. In fact, he even says that the idea of the circulation velocity of money has really very little meaning, because the state makes the payment of wages and they are more or less immediately spent on things that the state provides, the vast apparatus of state production provides, so money simply comes back very quickly. The private sector is relatively small, and it sometimes helps cushion the effects of excess of purchasing power or excess of goods. And finally, the banking system, which operates to support production for socially and politically determined priorities, whose planned credit creation and repayment processes prevent the credit system from creating financial crises and amplifying economic crises. So to conclude, I'll just say that overall, Varga's analysis enables us to see that socialist planned economies as far more rational, based not on the violence of abstract value. Varga is very clear, by the way, that prices, not values, are the basis of planning, and they must be manipulated to accord with political priorities. And he's also clear that what matters, and also what matters operationally. In capitalism, there's a mistake here. What matters in socialism is politically determined production and distribution priorities, which are achieved through the mechanism of the monetary system. And this monetary system, at least as it has existed so far, has essentially been not a theoretical product, but the product of learning through experience to fix the problems of the system, rather than entertaining false illusions about the spontaneous order of the system, as we are encouraged to do under capitalism. So this is where I've reached so far, or at least some of the results I've achieved so far, and I hope to continue this work in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Radhika. We will keep our questions and comments after all the presentations, like as we did in the former session. So now we are going to listen to Alan Freeman, who is here and whose slides we already see there. Alan Freeman is a former principal economist with the Greater London Authority, and now is a research affiliate of the University of Manitoba. With Radhika Desai, he is co-director of the Geopolitical Economy Research Group. He is co-editor of the Future of World Capitalism book series with Pluto Books and the Geopolitical Economy book series with Manchester University Press. He is a committee member of the Association for Heterodox Economics and the vice chair of the World Association for Political Economy. He is a board member of Videopool Winnipeg and the Christopher Freeman Trust, and a former board member of the Winnipeg Symphony Orchestra. So we are listening to you, Alan, please.
Thank you. Can I just make sure that everybody can hear me okay?
We hear you. I mean, in the room, it's okay.
Oh,
I don't know others.
So I'm going to talk about a rather obscure thing called the material balance system. And this was the accounting system in the Soviet Union and Eastern Europe. Now, Western economists tend to treat this as a poor cousin of the United Nations so-called system of national accounts. But I think it's actually quite misunderstood, so that we can learn a lot about these economies by studying their accounting system. Now, I only recently started an in-depth study. So there's what we economists call a health warning, which means that if you consume what I've written, you may experience allergic reactions. It also means I may get things wrong. So to minimize the dangers, I'm presenting a series of questions which are based on my studies so far, and I'm open to any correction, particularly from those who've actually experienced the system that I'm only describing after 30 years through the very sparse literature. I do a lot of work with macroeconomic data. What I try to do is remove the prejudices that come from the providers to look at what really lies underneath. I'll give you one example with the Western accounts. This is finance. The system of national accounts presents this as productive. Now, they do this by deducting from every industry what they call an imputed charge, as if paying interest were a cost, like raw materials or machinery. And their argument is that finance provides a service. So they then add up all these imputed charges, and they call that the output of the finance sector. Now, if you want to get a sense of what's really going on, you have to take that out and look at the reality that lies underneath. So this illustrates a basic point about all economic data. They are constructed. They're not plucked from trees, which is a mistake many people make, not least the economists. So when I study material balance systems, I start by asking how the data are constructed. This, however, raises a number of questions which actually yield very interesting answers. So my first question is, what's the purpose of the data? Now, the material balance system is a planning system. So it reports what targets have been set for output and input in production. It's generally over a 5-year period, and its aim is to reconcile supply with demand, to make sure that whatever is needed gets produced. Now, then there's a question. Do the data report the targets or the achievements? Let's suppose that the planning horizon is 5 years. The planning exercise sets targets for each of these 5 years, both for production or consumption, which is inputs. But unlike the Western accounts, the data contain information both about what was intended and what was achieved. Now, the intentions may not be met. It seems to me there must be two sets of figures, though I haven't found them, the plan and the results. And I think the difference would contain useful information. Second thing, is the data distorted? Now, managers are under pressure to prove they meet targets, and that introduces distortions, about which there are many Eastern European jokes. However, there are plenty of distortions in Western accounts too. Just to give you one piece of information, I don't know if anybody knows this, but the world has a negative trade balance with itself. So how it achieves this, one does not know, perhaps by trade with Mars, which is concealed by some conspiracy to, let us not know about the UFOs. And it's a large deficit, which means that the accounts are just not meaningful in the sense that the data cannot be trusted. The second thing is, I don't know if you know this, but most oil production figures by OPEC members are basically fictitious, because they have to reconcile conforming to OPEC targets and making a lot of money. So they continuously avoid them by reducing what they actually produce in order to satisfy OPEC. And then there's the big problem of where the money comes from, probably goes to Mars. So there are distortions, but I would think, and I'd like to know this, that since you know what the results were and what you know what the targets were, and the pressures on the managers are different when they're looking at planning and when they're looking at targets, that the results may well balance out, but I don't know. The next issue finally is, not finally on this slide, is, are these production accounts or consumption accounts? Now, here we get to the meat of the question. An important principle of all national accounts is that they reconcile data from purchase and from sales. Now, that's one of the things that actually makes them scientific. However, Western methods are consumer-facing. They tend to look at tax receipts and find out what is spent. But as far as I can work out, the material balance data are production-facing. So the data comes from enterprise managers, not from tax sources. So from my reading, household consumption is actually not part of the system at all. something I'm going to come on to, but is rather important. The next question is, what is the measure of what is produced? Do we measure the output of the iron industry in tons or in rubles or whatever, you know? Well, as its name suggests, the system ensures that materials consumed are balanced by those produced. We could measure everything in its native measure, in use value, tons of steel, tons of oil, number of cars, or so on. But actually, we don't have to. In the material balance system, they're measured in prices. Now, that's not a contradiction because you can match supply to demand either way. Let's suppose iron costs 10 rubles a ton and steel producers will use 9 million tons of it. We can then tell the iron makers to supply 90 million rubles worth of iron and we'll still match supply to demand. However, by pricing materials, we can do something else. We can find out how much it costs. So to make 10 million tons of steel, we'll add up the 90 million rubles for the iron, we'll add in the wage bill, and we'll add in the depreciation of machinery and other things like taxes and so on. So then we can calculate the unit cost of the steel. We simply divide the total cost by the cost of the amount of steel, and we get the cost of a ton of steel. Now, these prices are actually still an essential mechanism for democratic control of the economy, because they reduce all particular activities to a universal measure. And that's necessary under socialism just as much under capitalism. But how are prices set? Well, in a capitalist market economy, with some exceptions that European oil consumers are now discovering, they are market prices. But in a planned economy, the state does set administered prices. Now, this is a policy instrument. They can use it to expand industries they want to by raising the prices of the output and decreasing the price of the input. However, the question still remains, how is that actually managed? How is the surplus that will arise as a result of these price manipulations be disposed of and used? Now, here comes a very controversial point, but it's a very important one. A surplus is actually inevitable. It's not a question of capitalism, and this may relate to some of the earlier discussions. Just because there's surplus doesn't mean there's exploitation. And Marx was very clear about this in the critique of the Gotha program. This is a direct quote from Marx. We have to deduct from the social product replacement of the means of production used up, an additional portion for expansion or investment, and reserve or insurance funds. And these are an economic necessity. Their magnitude is determined by available means and forces and computation of probabilities, but in no way calculable by equity. So there's no exploitation involved in having a surplus. And this is a very important thing to understand. The next thing to try and get to grips with is, where does the surplus come from? Well, if you think about it, the price that is set for the output is not the same as the cost. You sell the steel, even in money of account, for more than you lose in money of account to purchase the inputs. So therefore, the price, because the price of each product is set independently. Now, what then happens is the state can do a number of different things. First of all, it can leave it in the enterprises. But remember, the enterprise is not free to choose how to spend it. It has to abide by the plan. So it has to use the balance to meet its targets. The state can transfer it, and then it makes an accounting transfer, just like actually a government department does under capitalism. If you don't spend your budget, it's given back to the central government. You don't get to keep it in your accounts. Even then, if the state gets it, it still has to work out how to allocate it. It can transfer it to a planning agency, a cooperative management system, a bank, or whatever. But the allocation of the service is a distinct process. And I think this is very important to understand. Now, this leads us on to what happens to this, what's the interface between the planning system and and other sectors. And the important thing here is that it interfaces with the external sector, that's world trade, and commodity sectors. And we should also not forget that labor itself is a commodity. So I just want to briefly, in order to explain that, interrogate the concept of final demand. In all accounting systems, including the material balance system, the planning system, the production system itself just deals with what happens within the enterprises. And they then sell that to and buy from final demand. So what's final demand? It's anything that doesn't produce a product. This isn't quite so simple because an example is military spending, right? Another example is government spending, and you have to be careful because sometimes there is a product. And then there's labor. It's not quite so simple because workers do create a product. They produce their labor power. The key thing is they manage this themselves. And this is true in both capitalism and socialism. But there are different options in the two systems. Under socialism, a growing mass of the means of existence are supplied either free or at very low prices. Even in capitalism, education and health, at least up to a certain age when health is now under attack, are just given. You go to a school, you're obliged to. You don't pay for it, or you only pay for it via the redistribution of the surplus, a part of which the state appropriates in taxes. So this growing mass of means of existence distributed free and universally corresponds to a socialist goal, that these are a right, not a privilege. So they're much superior, in my opinion, to the alternative idea of giving everybody a money handout like a basic income. This is better than nothing, but it's not a substitute. So a considerable portion of the product remains price. So let's look into that. Well, the first point is consumption is not part of the material balance system. It's not planned within the system. You don't tell every household what to consume and what to produce, like you do for the factories. This does not mean that consumption is unplanned. It just means it's not planned by the material balance system. Now, this is the locus of what's called the socialist calculation debate. Hayek and von Mises claimed that planning was inefficient, and they argued like this. They said, there are hundreds of millions of consumers and millions of goods. So if we have to fix how much of each good every consumer gets, we have 100 billion decisions to make. And they said this is less efficient than the market. That's their argument. Now, a modern response is automation. Hayek assumes that 100 billion decisions will be made by humans, that is, by bureaucrats. But most modern PCs can make 1 billion decisions every second, so it's hardly a great burden on society. However, in the era of central planning, this was not so. So I therefore think it's very important to know how consumption decisions were made, and this has implications for the future. As far as I can see, the state used to set material targets for total consumer needs: electricity, houses, food, clothing, entertainment. And these then reach consumers, and this is critical, through a mix of rationing and the price system. But deciding how many pairs of shoes to make is not a technical problem. We cannot just count the number of feet, for example. We have to they reach consumers through a mixture of rationing and the price system. And the problems arise when consumers cannot, to determine how many, is really a problem of choice. How do we decide what consumers want? But deciding this is actually the complex. This is complex because we have preferences. Some people prefer shoes, some people prefer nice meals. Okay, so it's fundamentally a problem of democracy. It's a problem of how consumers get to choose what happens with the product once it arrives in the form of, 10 million pairs of shoes. And so I think this is a problem of democracy, not of planned allocation. So to understand that, we have to ask a very simple question. What is scarcity? Now, Hayek and von Mises approach the whole thing by asking the neoclassical question. They think that economics is about the allocation of scarce resources. But in centrally planned economies, many goods were scarce. The issue only arises if goods were scarce. So why were they scarce in the centrally planned economies? Not because they're planned. They arose because they were poor. And they were poorer than the Western economies. So there was a constant pressure for people to say, well, I would like, blue jeans used to be the big thing in the sort of 1980s. I don't like the Soviet system because I can't buy blue jeans. Well, what does that mean? The West produced blue jeans and the East didn't. So then there's a pressure to get the blue jeans, and that looks like a problem of choice. But the key problem is not actually choice, it's production. If people want something that we don't yet produce, the solution is to produce it, rather in a capitalist system as setting a high price on it. And this brings us to the real function of pricing, which as I see it, is to make it easy to become privileged. In a world dominated by inequality between nations, prices stratify society. They divide society into those who can afford high prices and those who cannot. So then we get to what I think is a $64,000 question, or now a $64 million question. What happens to money in the material balance system? This is intimately connected to the question how people become privileged. Under rationing, they monopolize a portion of the product for their personal use. They get a nice house, a palatial dacha, extra holidays, a plush office, control over supplies. My earliest memory of going to the Soviet Union is you could never get any paper because everybody hoarded their own personal supply of paper in order that they could accomplish their bureaucratic functions. So it's hoarding over a particular part of the product. Now, there's a big debate, which I think some of you have had, about whether this is a kind of class privilege. I don't intend to get into this. What I want to point out is that a different way of accumulating privilege is what happens in capitalism, where the key to being rich is have money. But money in a market economy is a universal means of purchase. You can buy anything with it. And that's what you need from money if you're going to become a class. But money of account can't be accumulated in that way. A steel factory can't just buy a casino unless it convinces the planners that it's a special kind of furnace. And as far as I can see, a lot of that sort of stuff went on. So, but to function as real money, money of account has to escape the accounting system. It has to do that via those sectors in which money functions as money, the commodity sector or the external sector. It can do this as salaries or through the back door. For example, if a factory canteen strikes special deal with the food producers, which is quite common in the Soviet system, or if it gets a contract for machinery from abroad, it's allowed to get foreign currency to purchase it. And then it purchases, a couple of trips for the bosses to nice Western cities in order to justify that they're going to negotiate with the suppliers. So then the money has escaped being money of account and becomes money of purchase. So the pervasiveness of these interfaces is highlighted in the thirst for foreign exchange, which characterized these economies. The black market in exchange completely dominated, especially in their later years. Ultimately, and I'm going to conclude on this, however, privilege can only accumulate in the money form when, I should have given you another slide, when all things are offered for sale. Money can then become capital. It becomes a means of hiring labor, purchasing machinery, and selling the result. That's a truly universal means of purchase, which is not what money of account was in the central plan system. And to accumulate in that way, basically, you need capitalism. I think that's what led the leaderships of these systems, catastrophically, in my opinion, to opt to ditch socialism, not because it was better for the people, but because they realized they would be better off as oligarchs than rich bureaucrats. So thank you very much. And I look forward to hearing everybody's comments on everything I got wrong.
Yes. I'm sure that comments will follow. Now I would like to ask Fikadu Ayani. He is here in the room. He is an assistant professor and former head of Department of Governance and Development Studies at Jimma University, Ethiopia. He is a founding member and managing editor of Pan-African Journal of Governance and Development. His independent publications include Micro-Intervention as an Alternative Way Towards Social Justice and Poverty Alleviation in Ethiopia, Business in Europe, and so far and so forth. I was told that we should cut a little bit, so I will cut out of this, I'm sorry. So Fikadu is currently a PhD candidate at Corvinus University of Budapest, working on the authoritarian survival in countries of the global south that suffer from autocratic rules of varying forms in the age globalization as we undergo massive development in information and communication technologies in the wake of neoliberal ideology that reinforces authoritarian power relations. And now I would give you the mic. And you said you will also handle the...
Yes.
Okay, so
Yeah.
you don't need me.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah. Good evening, everyone. Thank you, Eniko. And my presentation would be more on the practical aspect of the socialist system in the context of the non-capitalist mixed economy. A lot has been said in the morning about the theoretical issues. Now I will try to emphasize on the practical aspect of socialist experiment taking the Ethiopian case. So before going to the the socialist revolution in 1974, I need to give some background. Ethiopia is one of the oldest countries in sub-Saharan Africa, which claims to have history of thousands of years, highly centralized state, an antique polity that managed to sustain unbroken chain of historical civilization without any foreign intervention, and unlike many other African countries that you find south of the Sahara. Basically, it has got its current geographical shape around 1900, and it remained to be an imperial monarchy until 1974, especially during the period of Emperor Haile Selassie, who highly sought to modernize and build the nation for about half a century, like for the most part of the 20th century, I would say. So Ethiopian state is not just an aristocratic state, it's not just an autocratic state, but it is a typical ethnocratic state where class and ethnic system, merge, creating an explosive conjunction, which made the country kind of inherently unstable even to date. So the traditional family-based agricultural system is the backbone of the Ethiopian economy. The fact that land is the prime material resource makes the control over the land, the foundation of every regime in Ethiopia that has ruled even to date. So during the imperial government, land was controlled through the nobility, and later by the socialist government through the rules of decrees, which also continued to date as a public property in the Ethiopian context. So this is the map of Ethiopia in the present, before the present until 1991. So basically, if you can see my cursor, originally the state was formed in the northern part, and then it expanded down the south, and that's why we still have a quite marked difference, both in terms of social formation, in terms of the economic relations and so on, between the north and partly the southern part of Ethiopia. And so talking about the issue of land, the imperial government has to transform the agriculture by way of commercialization, and for that we had three successive 5-year plans since the mid of 1950s. The first one, which focused on the infrastructure and regional integration, because historically the north and the central part of Ethiopia was considered as the core of the Ethiopian empire, and the south, the southwest and the east remained to be kind of periphery in the Ethiopian economic relations. And then regional integration was one of the core issues at that point in time. And later, this was followed by a massive focus on commercialization through diversification of agriculture, and basically the third 5-year plan focused on more on the agro processing and agriculture, manufacturing and agro industry together with the service. So it is particularly the third 5-year plan that has resulted in the massive eviction of the peasants, because the peasants cannot bear the rents. They were exploited in different forms through what were known as the erbo, which is a quarter, seesaw, and in some cases also in alliance with the church, that they have to contribute a fifth of their produce in various forms to the government and to the nobility. And so this has created a massive peasant rebellion in throughout the 1960s, and actually dating back to 1940s. And so from 40s all through 90s, we have lots of peasant rebellions that were finally accompanied by the famine in 1972, which has claimed nearly 250,000 of a population, and the food price and the petroleum crisis because of the global oil crisis in 1970s, early 70s. And so this is massively, intensified the Ethiopian student movement, which finally led to the army mutiny, and that has led to the downfall of the imperial government in 1974. And so this is the link which shows the, if we can, if we can just display you a bit of the yes. Yeah, this is what the Ethiopian revolution in the beginning of 1970s looked like, and that is mostly the Ethiopian students movement, which lasted for about 10 years. It was not like so much organized into a coherent political parties until 1968, which laid the basis for the formation of the so-called All-Ethiopian Socialist Movement, the Mason, and another political party, the Ethiopian People's Revolutionary Party, which I will be talking in a while. Thank you. And so, about the revolution and the road to socialism. So in 1974, the imperial government collapsed, but the fact that we didn't have, a very strong, organized political party created a power vacuum which the military personnel grabbed to establish the so-called Provisional Military Administrative Council, and that finally, declared the so-called the Ethiopian socialism, which is called in Amharic, Ethiopia Hebretasabawinnet. And then, along with the famous motto of Ethiopia Tekdam, which means Ethiopia first, because at that point there is a lots of class and ethnic contradictions in the country, which the revolution itself cannot address. But nonetheless, the idea was to put Ethiopia first, and in that socialism, the basic idea is to reflect, a kind of self-reliance in which dignity of labor will be maintained, supremacy of the common good will prevail, and so that is what has been envisioned, at least later after the military committee took power. And so there was a bloody campaign by those political parties that arrived from the student movement, the so-called Mason and EPRP. There has been a lot of debate amongst themselves, which made the military government even more radical to repress them and to push them away from the political scene, and therefore these two political parties were gradually removed from the political spheres, and therefore everything then after has to be dictated by a military discipline, not by the kind of ideology of socialism per se, but rather a clear military discipline, and therefore that's why we have a garrison socialism in that context. And so everything, every poster or every thing, every publication, the school curriculum and whatever, like it has everything on Ethiopia first, but with the military being the most important actor. And so this has also created, as part of the fulfilling the criteria of the planning society, lots of mass organizations have to be created. They have to be, or the existing ones have to be reformulated, or kind of co-opted, like to the interest of the military committee that has seized the state power, and this included the association of the labor union or the trade unions and so on. And the most strong association by that time was the Ethiopian Teachers Association, but has to be co-opted in through force. And so we have. It is not surprising that the military government has created a workers' party of its own only after a decade, after taking the state power. Like that, it took power in 1974, and now we have, like, to emulate that this is a socialist government, that we now have the Workers' Party of Ethiopia only after a decade. And then we have a new socialist constitution only in 1987, which finally gave birth to the so-called People's Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, which is short-lived, because even after that, the Ethiopian government has to declare the so-called mixed economy in 1989. So these are the major socialist development policies, and one of the reforms that the military government made was the so-called land reform. It was meant to redistribute the land ownership and basically also to cope up with the disdain of the manual labor that characterized the previous system, and also in some way try to give equal privilege to socially marginalized societies, like some ethnic groups, some caste groups, such as the so-called Keynote, or like so many societies that I can mention. And so the all rural land was nationalized without any compensation, and so tenancy was abolished and wage labor was totally prohibited. The commercial farmers were made to be controlled by the state, and so by this time, then the people were given the possession rights, not the ownership. So soon this was followed by the urban land nationalization, that the people would get, a plot of land at least for the construction of housing, around 500 square meters for every household, and so forth. But in terms of retail trade, the government retained the small scale, businesses, and also in some way export and import businesses with a limit to the capital ownership. Around 50,000 Ethiopian birr. So all banks all banks and insurance and other financial institutions were nationalized. This was followed by a collectivization of agriculture. This was even more evident during the formation of the so-called 10 years prospective plan. The idea was to overcome the food shortage, and also to enhance agricultural productivity, to also create a more advanced way of dealing with agricultural problems through research and technology. And so according to the 10 years prospective plan, the idea was to increase the cooperative share in the agricultural output from less than 2% to 52% by 1994. And also to somehow increase the state farms from 2.8% around to 6.4%. As you can see, the bulk of the Ethiopian agricultural production was a private and a family farm that constituted 95%, and even to date is about 90%. And so nothing has ever changed since then, because the problems associated with the basic means of production remain the same. So you can see that, thank you. You can see that the agricultural productivity remained more or less constant throughout the 1970s up to 1990s, and has rather dramatically increased only after the 2000. Yes. Okay. Good. Okay, so the other policy, as far as the socialist experiment is concerned, is the resettlement. And so the idea is to move, at least officially, to move people from the, unproductive areas that have been, that exhibit, soil erosion and so forth, where sedentary agriculture has remained for thousands of years, and also to facilitate social services and to settle the peasants in such a way to establish the cottage industries, basically to accommodate those who have remained landless because of the land distribution program. And so it has been strongly criticized for poor planning and implementation, as well as political reasons. And I can show you that the forced intervention of the central government, moving the settlers from their origin to the native people's resettlement sites, has created list of problems, including problem of social integration and assimilation, inability to adapt to the new environment, some sort of political inequality, in social relations, and also kind of artificial population density and land degradation, and other environmental problems, which led to population migration afterwards. Some have found their way to abroad, and the others have gone back to their original homeland after a decade or 2 decades. The other policy is the villagization, and similar to resettlement, the idea is to collect them, to bring the people together to promote rational land use and conserve resources. But a lot has been done by the Workers' Party. Again, this was strongly criticized for uprooting the people from their original land, on which the lineage family members often resided, and they buried their loved ones, and as a result, that has created a problem. And so this is the cycle of villagization, as you can see. So originally you have a situation of scattered communities, especially in most depopulated areas of the south, where you have a forced villagization, which created villagized community that led to the disruption of social institutions, followed by the reluctance to implement government policies of any sort, and therefore a policy failure, resentment and resistance against the government. And upon the fall of the Derg, the military government, that we have already seen devillagization. So with this, I'm now coming to a conclusion that the Ethiopian social experiment from above are basically focused on the national level that totally neglected the regional and local contexts. It exhibited rather, maintaining effective political control through a typical totalitarian state, and land reform, collectivization, villagization policies were technically sound, but were never successful in terms of changing the life of the target population. And these policies didn't only destroy the ordinary homes of the people, but also, kind of disrupted the indigenous social institutions and pre-existing non-capitalist systems of production. And so I would just finish with reading some texts from Tefera and from Fantu, and then as the resultant famine and human suffering, as Tefera put, a poverty without a natural cause, a crop failure without a drought, starvation not witnessed by television cameras, and therefore disaster without a fanfare. And to this adds Fantu, the generals and the bureaucrats far removed from the realities of rural life, all set out to experiment the textbook socialism without consultation of the masses, who in the final analysis should to hold the burden of the economic crisis and economic kingdom which they promised. The architects of the Ethiopian socialism ended up erecting the pyramids of sacrifice in the minds of those who survived the tragedy. And as one of the long-living political opposition party leader say it, politics and economy being two sides of the same coin, a bad government cannot feed its people. But long live proletariat internationalism. Thank you very much.
Now we are going to continue. We still have two presentations. Bruno De Conti is going to follow. He is associate professor at the Institute of Economics, University of Campinas from Brazil. And he's also a researcher at the Center for Brazil-China Studies at the same university. He's a non-resident senior fellow at the Center for Africa-China Studies, University of Johannesburg, and a member of the Karl Polanyi Research Center. He holds a PhD in economics from the University of Paris and the University of Campinas. So, Bruno, we will ask you to take the screen. Okay.
Okay, can I start now? Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I'd like to congratulate the organizers of this event and to thank all of you for the invitation, especially Professor Attila Melegh. And I'd like to send un caro saluto, special greetings for Professor Pietro Basso from my side, but also from Patricia. And it's a great pleasure and honor for me to share this roundtable with all my colleagues here, Alan, Radhika, Joanna, and Fikadu. And it's a pity that I cannot be with you in person in Budapest, but I'm thankful for this opportunity of joining you through Zoom. And as you know, my presentation is entitled Money and Finance in China, Tensions Arising from the Public-Private Dimensions. I don't have a PPT because I don't have data to show you, and I prefer to do it in the old style. So I will speak slowly to make it easier for the translator. Okay, but obviously, if you have any problem, you can interrupt me. Well, and I start with an idea from a French economist whom I like, Michel Aglietta, who says that money in a capitalist society contains an inherent tension which comes from its double dimension as a public good and a private good. And it is a public good, not in the neoclassical sense, being a good as any other good, obviously. It's rather the contrary. It's a public good because it's an important bond for the social relations. And at the same time, it is a private good because it constitutes private wealth. Okay, and this contradiction or this tension is permanent in a market society. And then in addition to that, we have another tension arising from the issuance and the control of money, obviously, but not only on money itself, but finance as a whole, if this is public or privately controlled. And then we can start with the discussions coming even from Hayek about the pertinence, according to him, of allowing all kinds of private money that would compete among themselves, and in a kind of a Darwinian process, it would lead the economy to concentrate its operations in some of these private monies, those which are more reliable. And on the other hand, we have authors, obviously, who defend the necessity of having state money as a crucial part of state sovereignty. And again, we may start the reasoning with money itself, but then we can move in the direction of finance as a whole, the control of the finance, the control over the issuance of financial assets, the control of the financial infrastructure, and so on. It may be also purely state-controlled, mixed, or purely or very much privately controlled, right? So departing from these discussions, my aim here is to discuss the contemporary Chinese economy with a focus on these tensions, which arise from the public and private dimensions of money and finance. And my hypothesis is that China is now in a very crucial moment in the movement it's making since 1978, 79, with the reforms initiated by Deng Xiaoping and aimed, as you know, at increasing the role of the markets and market incentives. And this is a crucial moment precisely because it now deals in a more intense way with a very strategic area of all economies, which is related to money and finance, right? So let's start with money itself, and then we can unfold the other discussions related to money and finance. So starting with the national currency in China, the renminbi, here just a footnote, because the name is already very interesting for our discussions. Renminbi, the name of the Chinese currency, means the people's currency. And indeed, in comparison to the way other countries deal with their national currencies, I would say that China still does it in a way which is, at least in principle, concerned with the welfare of its population. So it is indeed a people's currency. And a very important aspect here is the central bank, okay, the national authority, the national monetary authority, which exists precisely to manage currency, to be the guardian, let's say, of the national currency. And in China, the central bank, which is the People's Bank of China, is still public driven. Unlike other countries of the world, including Brazil, my country, in which it is autonomous. This is the word. It's very funny because, as you know, this is the word used by the media and the literature, meaning autonomy from the government. But there is obviously a lack of autonomy in regard to the markets. In Brazil, for instance, as you know, we are very much relieved because Bolsonaro was defeated in an election which took place some weeks ago. But it doesn't mean we will get rid of the central bank head president who was chosen by Bolsonaro, because Bolsonaro's government implemented the autonomy of the central bank. So Lula cannot change the head of the Brazilian central bank, whose mandate goes until 2025, if I'm not wrong. So this new government elected by the Brazilian population will have to do its work, implement its strategies with a head of the central bank who was indicated by Bolsonaro. So in this aspect, it's still different in China, very different. The People's Bank of China is subordinated to the Chinese government, to the Chinese Communist Party. Even it is also illustrative when the Chinese, they present their financial system, they make it clear that the highest authority in the national is the National Congress, then the Council, and then in a third layer, the monetary authorities, which are therefore subordinated to the National Congress, right? So, moving ahead is still related to this crucial aspect of the national currency and the defense of the national currency. There is a whole debate nowadays about the so-called cryptocurrencies or crypto assets, as some authors, including myself, prefer to refer to. So Bitcoin, Libra, Ethereum, they are normally private currencies, as you know, and all monetary authorities in the whole world are discussing what to do with them, choosing the best way of dealing with those cryptocurrencies or crypto assets. And in China, what did they do? They just forbid it. Any crypto-related activity is considered illegal. Okay, which in my opinion is the best way of dealing with this situation. They do allow digital payment, and they are very strong on that, and I'm gonna get back to this issue later, but using the national currency. So digital payments using the national currency and not any kind of cryptocurrency. Moving ahead again in our discussions, and after talking about the national currency, we have to analyze the whole financial system. And then one important issue is that the central bank is not the only institution which creates money in the economy. After all, and here I'm addressing myself to the non-economists here in the audience, because for economists it is very obvious, but banks also create money. They do not create cash, paper money, but they create banking money, deposits. They can create credit, okay? And this credit is credited into the bank account of a person or company, and this money, which is only bank money, a value registered in a bank account, may be used to purchase goods, services, or assets. Okay, so banks have a crucial role in the economy, as you know. And then, if this money creation depends mostly on the private banks, we have a problem. First, because this credit will be concentrated in some tranches of the society, will be provided only for the wealthier people, the biggest companies and so on. And also because this credit will be pro-cyclical. So abundant credit during booms and lack of credit during recessions. And then in this aspect, we see that in spite of the gradual process of reforms aimed at increasing the role of markets in the Chinese society since 78, 79, China, very smartly, in my opinion, keeps the banking sector as a sector dominated by public companies, by public banks, knowing that this is a very strategic sector. So you probably know that nowadays the 4 biggest banks in the world, they are Chinese banks. The so-called big 4, so ICBC, CCB, there is a whole, so the 4 biggest banks in the world, I repeat, are Chinese banks, and all of them are public banks. They are now listed in stock markets, but the main owner is still the Chinese state. And this is very important for the development strategy in China. This is very important for the resilience of the Chinese economy whenever there is a crisis, okay? So Chinese banks, unlike what happens in other countries, they are totally aligned to the national development strategies. They are concerned to provide more credit and a lot less credit during crisis and so on. Yet, in the contemporary phase of capitalism, banks still have obviously a prominent role, but the financial markets are composed by a myriad of other non-banking institutions. So having a predominantly public banking system is very important for China, even because Chinese economy is still very much based on banks rather than in capital market. But there are other institutions which are increasingly important for the Chinese financial markets, which are not public. There are important discussions about Chinese shadow banking, for instance, institutions which play the role or at least develop some activity supposed to be developed by banks, but they are not banks. And here I'll concentrate myself in the so-called fintechs. You probably hear about it in the media as well, but what are the fintechs? They are financial institutions which are not banks, but which develop their activities using the new technologies, if you want. So that's why the word is fintech. So in concrete terms, they develop their activities online. They are mostly private institutions, and they provide financial services. That's the point. And what's the problem with the fintechs? Many problems, but just to deal with some of these problems or these potential problems, first of all, they are much less regulated than banks. This is even one of the secrets of their business, because if banks are strictly regulated, fintechs are not. Actually, in China, some institutions do not even have to require a license as financial institution. They ask for a license to operate as technological entities, but they do offer some financial services. And then being less regulated, they can be extremely leveraged. And another problem is that they do not have immediate access to the funds of the central banks as banks do. So after all, they are much more vulnerable, and they can contribute to increase the instability of the financial system. A second important problem, and related to the first one, the fintechs created a parallel system of payment in China, a private one, a private system of payment. Currently, around 900 million people use mobile payments in China, which is something like 2/3 of the whole population. Okay, in the largest cities in China, normally people pay on average 80% of their monthly expenditures through mobile payment services. And in the smaller cities, even more, 90% of their monthly expenditures, okay, according to a report made by UnionPay. Even, I don't know if you, how much you know about this process in China, but even street musicians, instead of putting a hat in which people can leave some coins in China, they put a QR code, which is linked to their WeChat or Alipay account. So WeChat and Alipay, two private companies, they control 93% of the digital payments in China. So it's really a duopoly with potentially important consequences for the economy, varying from the microeconomic costs and gains, which is always a problem whenever we have a monopoly or a duopoly, but also problems related to power, okay? Related not only, but very importantly, to the control over data. Data of the population. It brings us therefore to another dimension of the control over the infrastructure of payments nowadays, which is increasingly important, which is the access to data, to big data. Data related in this case to 2/3 of the consumers in the whole country. So it's possible to know, dealing with this big data, what did you buy, how much did you pay, where you have been, who you were with, etc. So it can be used for business strategies, marketing, offer of credit, and so on, or to political reasons, even the surveillance of the population, as it's normally claimed. And then not by chance, and then I come to another important topic in the discussions of the monetary and financial system in China. China is one of the most advanced countries in the world in the effort to design and implement a central bank digital currency, the so-called CBDC. So a digital currency also, but issued by the central bank. I don't know how familiar you are with these discussions related to the CBDC, but I can very quickly go into some of the main aspects. The idea in China is creating a new format for the state money, which is digital. So in China, it will be the e-yuan, electronic yuan. And why? In principle, because it reduces the importance of banks and other financial intermediaries. It can reduce the importance of these financial intermediaries. And why? Because citizens can have a digital wallet directly in the central bank, which plays the role of a bank account. Okay? Instead of having money in the banks, we may have it directly in the central bank, in principle or in theory. Sorry?
9 minutes.
9
you
minutes.
have 9 minutes.
Okay. But well, the precise format in which the CBDC will be implemented in the world and in China is still not very clear. And it's very unlikely, obviously, that the banks will be just excluded in a radical way. But in the case of China, one of the important reasons for the creation of the CBDC is the possibility for the state to somehow bring the payment system back to its control, or at least increase its control over the payment system, now with the digital payment system, but controlled by the state. So the Chinese government is aware of both the risks of having a payment system which is controlled by 2 private companies and the benefits the Chinese government may obtain by having the control, or at least a higher control of this system, for economic reasons and for political reasons, control of data and so on. In parallel, another action of the Chinese monetary authorities, which created a great polemic worldwide, was forbidding, as you probably followed as well, the IPO of the Ant Group. You certainly heard about it. It was about to be one of the biggest IPOs in the world in 2020, made jointly by the stock markets of Shenzhen and Hong Kong. And then the central government forbid it. And then it showed very clear that the Communist Party in China is using its power to somehow control the growth of some companies, notably some companies which create monopolies or oligopolies, and in this case, in a very strategic sector, obviously. So it shows also all the tensions which exist or may exist between those companies and the Chinese government. And it's interesting because at the same time, the Chinese government is fomenting, is stimulating this kind of companies, is fomenting the fintechs. There are incentives, subsidies provided by both the national and the local governments for the creation of new fintechs. And why? Because they understand that this may promote financial inclusion, since something like 300 million people in China still do not have access to financial institutions, and because they know that these companies may develop important innovations, which may, at least in principle, be beneficial for the country as a whole. So they stimulate it, but at the same time, they hinder the growth or the increasing power of these companies whenever they feel that they may escape the control of the Chinese government, or they may be harmful to the development strategies of the Chinese government. So it creates, in my opinion, a permanent contradiction, a permanent tension. Giovanni Arrighi in Adam Smith in Beijing, a book that was written, if I'm not wrong, in 2005, said something like that there is the risk that in some decades, the CCP, the Chinese Communist Party, will become an entity devoted to refrain the actions of the big private groups that it helped to create. And in what regards money and finance, it's already happening. Okay, it's interesting to see and to analyze, but when it becomes a permanent tension, we don't know what will happen, how these tensions will evolve. And then there is another dimension I would like to discuss before coming to the end of my presentation. As we are all very much aware, China's development is increasingly changing its position in the world economy. It's changing the relation of China with the other countries and the relation of Chinese companies with other companies in the world. And how does it happen in a capitalist world? Through competition, right? So Chinese companies are going global, to use the name of a program that China created some decades ago, and they are competing with international companies. And obviously, it requires transformations in the way Chinese companies are organized, be them private or public. And in several sectors, Chinese companies are already very much successful in their competition with US or German companies, 5G. But coming here to our topic again, Chinese banks, in spite of being very big, as I said, are still not very much internationalized. And they are now trying to do it. They are opening branches all over the world. They are buying banks, which already exist in South Africa, in Brazil, to start operating in this country with a brand which is already known. So they are in this process of internationalization. And the point I want to make here is that this process is associated with pressure to further flexibilization, less regulation, less state control. This pressure comes from the multilateral institutions, the governments of the Western countries, but also from competition itself as part of the competition with other international banks. So this process of changing the role of China in the world economy and the aspirations to become even more powerful are also behind the incentives to fintechs, for instance, in spite of the instability that they may cause for the Chinese economy. Among other reasons, because China is very much committed to the effort of establishing the international technological standards in many areas, including, and very importantly, in financial services, trying to establish the international standards. And then if we come back to the question of money itself, so I started with money and then I moved to finance, now I come back to money. China is also very much involved in a competition regarding the national currencies. At least since 2009, in the aftermath of the outbreak of the subprime crisis in the US, Chinese government is in an explicit movement for the internationalization of its currency, the Chinese renminbi. There are many policies being implemented in this direction. I've been closely following it. So if you want, we can come back to these discussions at the end. And even the e-yuan, the digital yuan, is seen by part of the literature as a step in this direction. But the important point here is that it also creates a strong pressure for additional flexibilization of the financial system in China, less public control, an increasing presence of private companies, foreign companies, and opening up process in the financial account. This is understood as inevitable to stimulate international investors to hold assets in renminbi. Obviously, China is not succumbing to all this pressure, but some reforms are being implemented, and they may be inevitable if China wants to have the renminbi as one of the most used currencies worldwide. So this is another important tension faced by China nowadays, and apparently there are struggles within the Chinese government regarding this issue. The People's Bank of China is in favor of more openness, and the Minister of Commerce, no, because they understand that, for instance, the stability of the exchange rate is very important. So it's a tension even within the Chinese Communist Party. If you want, we can explore it later. And here I come to my conclusions, because my time is also about to finish. Since the beginning of the reforms in 78, 79, China is always dealing with trade-offs, with costs associated to the will of opening up its economy. This is not new. They do pilot programs, they give some steps ahead, and if necessary, they give a step back. They try to cross the river by filling each stone, like to use the expression attributed to Deng Xiaoping. But my claim is that this whole process is now reaching one of the core arteries, if you want, of the economy, which is the financial system. system. Some reforms in this system have already been made in the last 4 decades. China used to have only one bank, for instance, the People's Bank of China. In the 80s, it created the Big Four I told you about. The flexibilization of the financial system is being made in a gradual way, but the tensions in this regard are increasing. And why? Given the centrality of finance for any market economy, given the paroxysm that this centrality reaches in the current phase of capitalism with financialization, given the inherent instability of this sector and its propensity to be a space for huge speculation, given the ambition, of the Chinese government to have a core role in the world economy, also in what regards money and finance. And given that the international monetary and financial system is already organized in a certain way, which potentializes the contradictions for the Chinese economy. So this is leading and will lead to gigantic tensions. And then do not misunderstand me. I'm not claiming, as many Western analysts do, that China is about to face a huge financial crisis. This is not my claim. My claim here is that depending on the choices made by the Chinese government, depending on the unfolding of these tensions in the near future, it may lead the Chinese economy to a direction which may not be the one expected for a socialist society. But obviously the Chinese Communist Party is very much aware of all these dangers, these tensions, and in spite of all pressure, it keeps implementing the reforms in a very gradual way. So let's see how these contradictions evolve. It's really impossible to predict, but we will have certainly interesting times ahead. And I finish here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bruno. Now, last but not least, Joanna Bockman. Welcome. She's an associate professor of global affairs and sociology at George Mason University. She's author of Markets in the Name of Socialism, The Left-Wing Origins of Neoliberalism, published in 2011. That book explored discussions among economists in Hungary, Yugoslavia, Italy, and the United States during the Cold War. She's currently pondering multiple globalizations, and socialist governmentality. So I will give you the floor and make some attentioning about time for the last 10 minutes.
Oh, am I at 10 minutes or 20 minutes? Oh, you tell me when this.
You have 25, and okay, I will tell you when you will have.
I'm like, okay. So thank you so much. This is I'm really glad to be here, and this is such a great panel. So I've really enjoyed all the presentations. And I apologize for not being here earlier because this weekend is the weekend of the very unusual Thanksgiving celebration in the United States. And so we have everybody travels in that time. So, but I'm very glad to be here virtually. I wish I were there in person. So today, what I want to talk about is Karl Polanyi's 1922 article, Socialist Account. And in the chat, I put the links to the article so you can look at the article, the PDF. But if you're in the room there, you can also just see it on my faculty page. I have the final PDF there. And so I put it there because I just think the article is so incredibly unique and fascinating and very insightful. And so I want to explain and talk a little bit about it. The reason I'm talking about it is because I led the collaborative project to translate this article from German to English. And it had been a very difficult article to publish because it was what Carrie Polanyi-Levitt said, it was a monster of text. So it was a thing that was incredibly difficult, even for Polanyi himself, to translate into English. So I'm going to talk about what was laid out in the article and talk about what is socialist about socialist accounting. And I'm going to talk about some of my current thoughts about this vision for today. So first of all, relating to Radhika and Alan's talk, he was very much an actual original person in the socialist calculation debate. Oskar Lange is often said to be the person debating with Mises and Hayek, but Lange is actually speaking quite late. He's talking in 36 and 37. So what had happened was Ludwig von Mises had published an article called Economic Calculation in the Socialist Commonwealth in 1920 in the Archive für Sozialwissenschaft and Sozialpolitik. In 1920, he'd done that, and then he'd written a book about socialism in 1922. But also this was a time, the reason they're having this debate, of course, everyone in the room will know, is that, well, first of all, that in 1919, the Socialist Democratic Party in Vienna had implemented municipal socialism in Vienna. And of course, there's the Bolshevik Revolution in 1917. And in 1921, of particular interest was, especially among economists, was the new economic policy, the NEP, which sought to combine markets and private enterprise with a state-run economy. And so the NEP is incredibly interesting to economists long after its existence. So Karl Polanyi is writing this article in 1922, and he is actually in debate. There's a responses by Mises, and he's a very much the original part of the socialist calculation debate. And so he's directly responding to Mises's claims. So Polanyi, what is interesting about him is he says first, almost immediately, he says that that accounting has significance. The problem of accounting holds significance for the entire theory and practice of socialism. So this is, to him, incredibly important. And it's not important just because Mises said so, because they had long been talking about these issues. This is not new information that Mises is providing. But he's saying that accounting is the quantitative overview of economic activity, and that accounting allows for overview and monitoring. In capitalism, according to Polanyi, capitalist accounting is about profits. But for Polanyi, accounting is about costs. And so costs is the center of the discussion for Polanyi. Polanyi starts from talking about the aims of socialism and builds out accounting from that. So he says the aims of accounting are twofold. First, the accounting is concerned with production and the requirement of maximizing productivity. And so this is a sort of a technical issue, but it's also beyond that. The second concern beyond production is also distribution. And by distribution, he doesn't mean something like the welfare state does, that like this, the distribution of goods. He actually means it's both the distribution of goods, but also the distribution of labor. He's all the time in the article is talking about the grueling work of labor. He feels like this tiredness of workers, and he wants to say that this is actually a social justice issue of how much work you do. And so the second part about distribution of goods and labor is about the requirements, thinking about the requirements of social justice. And Karl Polanyi writes those words specifically, uses, this is about social justice. So he's taking accounting very, very seriously, and as opposed to Mises, who's not really taking it seriously, he's got other concerns going on. And Karl Polanyi is asking the question, okay, so what is the additional sacrifice that labor and natural resources have on, what is the additional sacrifice that social justice has beyond the labor and natural resources? What are the additional costs caused by social justice that has on the minimal cost of technical productivity? Technical productivity assumes in neoclassical economics, as Radhika said earlier, neoclassical economics was about socialist economies. It was not about capitalist economies. And it was about how costs would be calculated, production costs would be calculated in dealing with marginal costs was essential to understand, to getting costs that would be the costs under socialism. However, Karl Polanyi is thinking about something slightly different, because he thinks about that it's not just about the technical costs, but it's also about the social justice costs. He wants to separate out, and he does this because in economics, if he doesn't separate it out, it means that cost calculation is impossible. So he needs to separate out two different ways of thinking about costs. He separates social justice costs from what he calls natural production costs. this idea of natural production or natural costs is something that is very popular in the 1920s. Everyone's talking about the natural economy, like Rosa Luxemburg talks about the natural economy, the natural costs. And this comes from neoclassical economics. It's an idea that the natural economy is the communist economy that is organized by a central planner. And the central planner can set prices at the marginal cost, and this allows for a centrally administered economy. But Karl Polanyi is not interested in this kind of economy. This is not the kind of economy that he thinks actually is about workers' power or about emancipation, and it's about, he doesn't see this as the solution. So he has a very different idea about this. He believes in this article, but I think I actually make the argument that he believes it throughout his lifetime, that he believes in a functionally organized socialist economy. And a functionally organized socialist economy is an economy that has a series of institutions. First of all, there's two different, and I'll explain why these are separate, but there's first of all, there's the production associations that are run by workers themselves. They organize, they figure out what are the technical costs for things, what labor should be paid, and they are running the means of production. They are controlling the means of production. There is no private ownership in his system, and it's a socialist ownership of the means of production. The ownership of the means of production is owned not by the production associations, but it is owned by the commune. The commune is where the discussions primarily happen with the social justice questions. These groups also negotiate together. The unique thing about this, and I think is really important, is that Karl Polanyi believed that we as people, let's say in a socialist economy, we have many different sides of ourselves. We are not just producers, and we're not just consumers, or we're not just owners, and we're not just, there's no owners anymore, so we're all workers. But it's not only that in fact, we have many other sides to ourselves. We may be in soccer teams. We may also be part of orchestras. We can be a poet in the morning, and we can be a chef at other times of day, and we can write books, and we can talk to our friends, and we can play cards in the evening. And these things all are actually part of sides of ourselves that are part of social justice, that we can't deny. These are the things that actually let us speak about the needs and visions that we have of socialist society. And so we might then not only include the commune, but the commune would also include all sorts of organizations, such as our orchestra would send representatives to talk about what are our needs as an orchestra. Or let's say we're part of a running club. In the running club, you need to talk about, well, what is pollution? We need to deal with pollution. That's a key issue. We need to have green space. We need to be able to run without cars and things like that. And so these sorts of things would be taken into account in a discussion about what is social justice. He also, of course, thought about more basic needs too, and he was very, very concerned about women with small children and making certain that they had the food and clothing and other things that they needed to take care of their children in a way that was supported their needs. So he sees that in this functionally organized socialist society, there would be a whole range of organizations that would represent our needs and our visions of the future and allow us to talk about social justice. But it would also represent us as workers, that we would also talk about our labor, and that labor may take many different ways of talking about labor. Our labor may be in our primary job, or we may have secondary jobs and tertiary jobs. So these organizations all are trying to discuss what is a just wage and what is a just price. And whenever you create a just price, you are then being clear that this is not the marginal price, the marginal cost. It's beyond that, and you have to think about what you want to do. So this idea that he was thinking about was every company then would represent in its accounting. It would have both the technical costs or the production costs would be recorded, and then in a separate account, there would be the social justice costs. These would then reflect these two different sort of costs would reflect two different motives, he said, or logics that they actually represent different aspects of ourselves. In ourselves, we have different motives and different logics that we need to take into account. And so we have these two accounts that allow us to separate out these things and then talk about how to calculate prices. This idea he had is that it is, in fact, a radical form of democracy. It is a form of democracy that is not about, it is in some sense the expansion or sort of explosion of the idea of the market, because the market is like consumers and producers meet in the market. This is about much more than that, right? And so it is really much more about democracy and how a democracy might decide on costs and prices. So he says at the end of his article, and I'm going to get the whole thing because it's quite extensive what he talks about, but he says at the end of his article, he says, humanity will only be free when it understands what it must pay for its ideals. Only then will humanity come to recognize that the realization of these ideals depends exclusively on humanity itself. Then too, however, humanity will find the strength to realize its ideals, for only when the connection between the sacrifices to be made and the progress we hope to achieve along the path to the realization of our ideals becomes visible in a direct, verifiable form, specifiable down to the minutest quantities. Can we as humans develop the drive to walk the upward path unwaveringly, to adapt this path to our capabilities, and to proceed with joy and satisfaction? So that is sort of the general ideas about what Karl Polanyi was saying in his article. And I highly recommend that you read his article. I also have a preface in it at the beginning too. In the preface, I explain other parts of the aspects, but I don't want to talk about that now. I think his article is really very important. I want to just shift gears and think about this article and what I think about it today. And I want to say right off the bat that I have absolutely no idea whether Polanyi's functional socialism would work in reality. I like many aspects of it, but of course, you know, but the thing is that we must remember is that at the time he was writing this in Vienna, and Vienna had municipal socialism, and all around him he said, you know, this is not essentially a planned economy. This is a place of lively organizations that are working together to try to create a new society. And we should not disregard these associations that are and organizations that create this lively municipal socialism. We shouldn't sort of throw some administrative central planning on top of it. He thought if you put administrative central planning on top of this system, he said that what would happen is that you actually couldn't do, you couldn't separate out technical costs or natural costs from social justice costs. And that was a real problem for him. He said that if you had central planning, you couldn't pull out the social justice costs and then try to just talk about those. So I think that's very important for him. However, so back in a long time ago, in fall 2015, I was talking about this translation. And I met Attila Melegh at that time, Attila Melegh, and we talked about this translation at the time at a really great conference. And so ever since this time, I was doing this translation, which ended up being very, very beautiful translation because multiple people were involved with it. I have been wondering, and maybe people know this already, but I was just always been wondering what Polanyi really means about the social, and what he means about social and socialism, and what he means about what he calls the reality of society. This is a really fascinating phrase. And the reason I find this so interesting is I do find it interesting because it's the social and socialism is so interesting, but also to think about, because I'm a sociologist, and so we have the social and sociologist, and And what do we think about that? So usually I only have, I have 8 minutes or so, I guess. What we usually think about, and when we think about the social, a lot of times is maybe we think about it as the anti-political. This comes from Weber or Foucault or for Hannah Arendt, this idea that the social is anti-political or the social is anti-revolutionary. It's a way to attack revolutionaries. This is in my mind, is a sort of very passive social. Like from Foucault, it's a social that kind of monitors and surveils us, and this is not really what I'm talking about. I'm inspired by Michael Bourvoy's idea that he came up with a quote in reference to Polanyi: socialism is none other than the society realizing its potential. Socialism is none other than the society realizing its potential. And he sees this as the active society as opposed to the social society, the passive society. So Karl Polanyi talks about, so we're thinking about this active society. So in functional socialism, Karl Polanyi says this very enigmatic sentence. He says, justice now turns into the concept of social reality and embodies the ideal content of this concept. Justice now turns into the concept of social reality and embodies the ideal content of this concept. This is a fascinating statement to me. He says it just like as if it's totally normal, right? Like I think everyone's going to understand exactly what I mean by that. So I find that I'm like, well, what did he really mean by that? And my original understanding of what I thought he meant by this was that socialism was the realization of the reality of society, which could be understood as the reality of associative power. So this is the power that comes from associating with others, so that if we associate with others, we can have power. And this is something at the time, if we think about the early 1920s, the idea of associating with others is incredibly important, not only because of the rise of socialism, but it's also the idea that in this time period, people are getting the vote, and the men are getting the vote especially, and that this vote and this sort of universal voting allows for people to say we could actually have associative power and take control of the society and change it into socialism. Now, of course, this has been criticized as not a viable option, but at this time, this idea of associative power and also these ideas of these organizations helping to create a new society in Vienna is very, very important. At this time also, so we can think of workers, and also people at the time thought about ethnic minorities in Eastern Europe and other marginalized groups had this new practice of associative power that was possible. And so for Polanyi, we can see this as a practice of socialism. But I'm actually been thinking more, and I'd like to know, of course, what people think about this, but then other things that are much more obvious maybe to you all. We can think about the reality of society as the reality of creating a society based on social justice. So this society has the institutions that realize the needs and the visions and the goals of society, not a society in its totality, right? Not a homogeneous society that could be gleaned by some leader, but it is a functionally organized social society that could create or just build on existing institutions and create new institutions that would make it a socialist society. That would be a truly democratic society. This would be democracy beyond our democracies that we have in the United States or other places. This would be what he calls a truly democratic society that would be a truly socialist society. So I want to just end there and just laying out what Polanyi thought about and talk about a bit about the social. So thank you so much.
Oops. Thank you for everybody for keeping time. It was amazing. I'm sure that so many questions and comments that our colleagues here in the room want to share with you. And let me invite you to sit here in front, so at least here from the room we can see everybody. Okay, I mean the whole panel, the whole session. And we have like 20 minutes. We plan to end by 7. Okay, so we will take a few questions and we will see if we will have time for more. Yeah, very complex session. We heard about money and finance as political matters, as social justice matters, not as technical accounting matters, but some essential core elements of any political economy. And we also heard about socialism from above, which also had a tentative to recreate the financial system by nationalizing banks and financial institutions. Yes, so I will take one, and then Attila, and then we will see.
Yes, well, I really have a question for the first two speakers. Could they say something about inflation and suppressed inflation? I mean, how did this occur, and how did this relate to the banking system? And secondly, perhaps you could say something about the use of contemporary technology in transferring information about production, for instance, and how this can affect the formation of prices. And doesn't this have a qualitative difference from what the Soviet planners had, for example?
So I take the Attila?
Right, now we collect the questions, right, okay. Then the first thing is just a comment to Rodica, and then I have a question, and then a comment to Joanna. The comment is, yes, I mean, that hyperinflation in Hungary was actually curtailed by the Communist Party. So the key point, it was not just István Varga, but the whole thing was, so the Communist Party basically had two positions in the government. One was the Ministry of Interior, and the other one, Ministry of Economics. And actually it was unprecedented, because they really took away, and it was terribly successful. So that was actually very quick, and within a couple of months they could basically could stabilize the forint, and then everything was absolutely good. So just one comment that you are right in that sense. It's the second is related to Rodica and Ellen and Bruno at the same time, because you were all talking about this new IT technology and planning. And then Bruno was talking about this privately or publicly owned IT technology. So this is the thing what you had, Rodica and Ellen, in mind when you said that this is the way how you can actually incorporate in this. That was the technique, and then this is what we should think about, or something else. And I'm curious, of course, very importantly, the very nicely described tensions around this, right, in China. So what is the situation in China? Because I think what Bruno said was something very, very important, and actually I think it related to the previous session we had as well. To Joanna, I have just one, not a small question, maybe you can answer. So there are sometimes debates whether Polanyi has any idea of philosophy of history. Indeed, with this idea of society, that might be the point, because an idea of double movement, which is double movement, but double movement can be a nationalist, can be socialist, can be various things, and actually it tells nothing how history evolves. So I would like to consider this active idea or this active society as being some kind of a contribution of Polanyi to the philosophy. That would be my question.
Yeah, and we take the third question from Raquel, and then online. Yes.
Thank you so much for your papers, and I want to say hello to everyone. especially Radhika and Alan that I don't see for a long time. And thank you for your all presentations. I was so interested in listening more about the Ethiopian Revolution of '74, and it's the same year as the Portuguese Revolution, as the Spanish transition and the end of Greek colonial dictatorship. Do you see any relation, any connection, although it could be just what we called example, if arrived the victory of the liberation movement in Guinea, Mozambique and Angola, this spirit or this sense of victory has arrived in Ethiopia, and also to ask you if there was any development of some kind of dual power, either workers' commission or similar, or workers' council, or thank you. And to Bruno, we have been having a kind of a debate during today, which was not very developed. We have no time, but certainly there are here very different looks toward China. Do you think China is going to some kind of socialism, or is in some kind of transition to socialism? Thank you so much.
Yeah, so if Andras will help us, we can read on the screen the online question, which is to Professor Ficadu. She says that the government received ample Soviet support, militarily as well, non-militarily. Could you say something about the extent to which the Derg's domestic policies you described in your presentation were influenced by the Soviet Union? Was there direct influence via Soviet advisors and maybe even Soviet pressure, or indirect influence by the Soviet Union as an example of building socialism that the Derg may aim to emulate on their own volition? Or did the Derg come up with their domestic policies independently from the Soviet Union? I was about adding to your question, you know, this aspect, if what happened in 1970s in Ethiopia is also linked to how really existing socialism developed in that decade. Okay, so I guess it's enough for now, and I would like to invite our presenters to elaborate the answers.
Shall I go?
Who wants to start? If you raise your hands, or you want to start? It's okay. Huh? Okay, so we start here. Okay.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you again for the questions, including especially the online question was a very important one, which in some way I have tried to skip during my presentation, but I have on the issue of politics of emulation in Ethiopia was not a new one. During the imperial government, a lot has been done, especially with regard to the commercialization of agriculture, and that time mostly the policy was the import substitution. And by that time, much of the support came from the United States, and until early 1970s actually. And then with the change of government and with the revolution in Ethiopia, then it changed the direction of the flow of support, changed from the west to the east, that Ethiopia has gained a lot of support, probably a third or a quarter of the financial and economic support to sub-Saharan Africa went to Ethiopia. And the same is true for the military hardware, that Ethiopia wouldn't have been able to overturn the Somali invasion of the eastern Ethiopia in 1977 and 78 without the support of the Soviet military and technical support. In addition to this military and economic support, it was true that the millions of Ethiopians have got, education opportunities, training, and advice from the Soviet experts. That Ethiopia and the Ethiopia under the Derg regime and the government of Soviet did have a long-standing intelligence agreement that the Soviet government did support technically and even in terms of personnel. There was a clear point of emulation that in some cases it is funny that the Derg government itself portrayed itself as more revolutionary and more unique context to the unique flavor to the Ethiopian system. When Mengistu visited, for example, Brezhnev, that how army can be so revolutionary, that the Ethiopian context is so unique that the army has led a socialist revolution. But in practice, however, that the revolutionary, the so-called, the military government that regarded itself as more socialist, cleared away one generation of the radical leftist, user students, which some even claim to be around up to 700,000. And so one generation of revolutionary Ethiopians has gone by the military repression in the formative years of the Ethiopian revolution. But it was true that after the fall of the Derg as well, the politics of emulation has gone from Russia to China, which in the conceptualization of David Lenin in the morning is a state capitalist, and today Ethiopia is emulating more of the Chinese. And as far as the some kind of comparison between the Portuguese Revolution and the Ethiopian Revolution, of course there was a dual power, but the state power and the people's power was not that comparison, because the state power was so strong, and the state has, especially the military government, controlled the state structure and this formal structure of power, but the people's power was not that organized, and it remained as a movement for more than a decade. And so it didn't evolve into a very strong organizational structure to later capture the state power. That's why the military took the advantage of the political power gap, and then that's how it how it all evolved. And so with regard, it is in a lot of ways different again compared to sub-Saharan Africa, including the Angola or the Mozambique, because the Ethiopian situation has been like the Ethiopian revolutionaries have been supporting the anti-colonialism, but the Ethiopian revolution didn't come out of colonial repression, but repression of the feudal capitalist system. Thank you very much.
Okay, so maybe we will continue with answers on the already put questions. Okay, so Radhika, please.
Yeah, thank you. So yeah, there's quite a few questions, and I don't think that we can do justice to all of them in a very brief time we have left. But David, you were asking about inflation, and I would simply say very, very simply that, ages ago, Janos Kornai said that capitalism is a demand-constrained system and capitalism is a supply-constrained system. But if you look at capitalism today, it seems to me that capitalism has become a supply-constrained system. That the real reason, and then the reason for pointing this out is that the reason why the Soviet system was capable of dealing with inflation was that it was able to make a supply response to rising prices. This is the key. And so to me, this is the most important thing. For the rest, I've written recently a short article in the Sidecar website that New Left Review runs, and it's called Vectors of Inflation. And if people are interested, please take a look at that. Of course, I do believe that there was, especially after the reforms of the 60s, when the Soviet Union introduced some more sort of money-like elements or commodity-like elements in the money system, there was more inflation and lesser capacity to respond in terms of production, etc. But at least according to Varga, in this period between the 30s to the 50s, the Soviet system was very good at not essentially suffering from inflation. As far as the information technology point was concerned, which you also raised, to me, what's really interesting is that the Soviet Union collapsed at the very moment when information technology was becoming very important in terms of being able to create and execute big plans that are flexible in the face of new contingencies. So today, the CEOs of the big corporations can plan very intricately their vast productive apparatuses over which they preside. And it's precisely because of information technology which makes real-time information available. And with this kind of information, planning is much more possible than it was ever before. My third point is about the Hungarian inflation. And it seems to me that, yeah, it was not only very serious, but they were able to resolve it in ways that were considered unprecedented. The inflation was unprecedented and the resolution was unprecedented precisely because the answer was a kind of supply response, while at the same time maintaining some principles of social justice as far as suppression of demand was concerned. So that is a way in which societies are able, socialist societies can respond to inflation much better. And I just wanted to say two other things. I found Bruno's presentation particularly interesting and important because it's something I've been thinking about, but I think his way of putting it, which is as a tension between some of the private sector initiatives encouraged by China itself, as well as the surrounding wider capitalist environment within which China exists, is creating certain tensions. I think that's a really fruitful way of thinking about it. And finally, I want to address the point that Joanna, the question that Joanna was asking. So Joanna, Kari and I edited a book about Karl Polanyi not too long ago. I can send you I think it's something like Karl Polanyi for the 21st century, but in it, there are particularly two articles that I would very much like to draw your attention to, one by Klaus Thomasberger and the other by Michael Brie. And they are much better at, I mean, they sort of contribute a lot towards what Karl Polanyi meant by society. But I wanted to say for my part, personally, that I think what Karl Polanyi meant by society was really the whole of society that was studied by the tradition of classical political economy. The division that you got, beginning with Max Weber, or rather neoclassical economics and Max Weber, between economy and society, is actually the foundation of the conservative turn to the studying of society, right? So in that sense, the very separation of society from economy is false. And the idea of the double movement, of course, that's when, Polanyi says society responds to the depredations of the market by protecting itself. So in that sense, society he's referring to all the capacity that society has for self-conscious steering. And of course, although he wouldn't put it like that, since capitalism is contradictory, we've never had a purely capitalist system. That's not possible. I argue in Capitalism, Coronavirus and War that states have actually kept capitalism alive for much longer than this past its use-by date. So that's one thing. And therefore, what you get in the form of sociology is an attempt to try to emulate the overall sort of view of Marx, but without the central element of the material contradictions of capitalist society that is somehow erased in bourgeois sociology. So I just wanted to say those things. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Alan was raising his hand.
Okay, you can hear me. First of all, it is an immense pleasure to hear Joanna's contribution. I can only add to what Radhika said. And there's a personal element because Carrie met her husband in the flat of my parents in Cambridge in 1942. And we have since been friends with her. And I'm just the three of us are on the same continent. We just got to find a way to get together. But anyway, I'll put that on one side. I want to respond specifically to the use of technology, because that's my job. I mean, I've been a computer geek for 50 years. I was actually a practitioner in London, which when I hear Joanna talk about the experience of Vienna, there were so many chords this strikes, because I was responsible for setting up our economics unit. And the first task of the economics unit was to draw up a plan for London. So that I have direct experience of planning. And I also have direct experience of planning through working for private companies, because as a freelance contractor, one of my most interesting jobs was to plan Sony's transition to a just-in-time system of production. And I think the problem with IT is that people who don't know, and I wish no disrespect, but people who are not IT practitioners and are not planners don't actually understand what planning is. You see, planning was introduced by Sony and Toyota in 1984. It's done. All big capitalists plan. All the IT apparatus. It's been there for 34 years, right? The real problem is how you use it, not how to do it. To me, the issue of IT is that it's the answer to a false problem. So I raise this business about you can calculate if you want what consumers are going to use easily with modern computers, but only to show it's not a problem. I think that planning is not about deciding what consumers are going to do. Consumers decide what consumers are going to do. This is very fundamental. Socialism is about humans. It's not about machines. And that one of the things that worries me about a lot of the discussions is that, to me, the crucial aspect of this, the material balance separation is the separation of material production planning from consumption. They really are different systems for making decisions. And if you try to make consumers integrate consumers into a planning system that's designed to running machines, then you'll try and turn people into robots. And they're not robots, they're different. So the real issue is to facilitate methods by which consumers can choose what to do. Now, in that respect, I think the fundamental thing that is moving forward in IT is the provision of information. I think it genuinely is possible to get much more information, especially, sort of the sort of stuff that Bruno is describing, which, is quite startling, that all this information is just there. Well, all this information is in principle accessible to everyone, all right? The real issue is trust. The real issue is, do I trust society to use my data in such a way that I and my neighbor can both, even though we have different consumer goals, achieve what we want to do? And that trust requires a democratic system for administering consumption. And in that respect, the problem again is not the use of IT. The IT is not a solution. The IT is already there. The problem is how society can use the facilities that IT really places at its disposal. I do think the planning of production is completely different from the planning of consumption. And I'll finish by making a simple point that illustrates this. We were responsible for the preparation of a dramatic new transport addition to London, which was Crossrail. This now called the Elizabeth line for some bizarre reason I don't understand. It should be called the Livingston line, actually. In future,
yes,
we'll rename it. But the key thing is this, that when you draw up a plan for a railway, you draw an aggregate data. You say, how many people do we expect to travel from A to B? Then you have to integrate that with housing, because people travel from one place to another because of where the houses are, and with where you physically site production, because they travel to their work, right? And the shops, because people do a lot of shopping using transport. Now you use aggregate figures. You don't ask every individual passenger what their journey is going to entail, and you don't legislate how they're going to do that. So planning is setting a framework in which people can decide where to put the houses, where to put the factories, and so on. And all cities plan, all capitalist cities plan. So the problem is, how do you use the aggregate data in such a way that individuals can make decisions that they genuinely have confidence will lead them to exercise freedom of choice? And that freedom of choice, the realization of the creativity of the individual, is the goal of socialism. And I see that as an entirely separate task from the regulation of production, which is simply to put in people's hands the material means to achieve that. That's me.
Thank you. So we still have Bruno and Joanna. If you would like to comment in your last round, and even for questions, you had some real questions. And do we still have someone online? Attila, do you want us to take that? I don't want to decide. We are okay. So maybe we read it now, and John and Bruno can decide if they take that question. And hopefully, I don't want to decide. I'm democratic. I cannot decide. Maybe you trust me, but not, you shouldn't. Yeah. So where we don't see it. Hello to.
It's Cindy Domingo is up on the screen.
Oh yeah. Oh, I should tell her. Okay. So Cindy, can you please talk? Or you raise your hand, Cindy Domingo. Okay, so we will wait a few seconds and maybe Bruno and Joanna reflects to some other stuff.
So shall I?
Yes, please.
Okay. So very quickly, because I know we ran out of time. The IP question was already responded by Alan and Radhika. So the question from Raquel, it's really an interesting and instigating question. I followed the other section with discussion. I followed the presentation by Professor David Lam, very interesting presentation about that. But we probably continued discussing it in the coffee breaks and lunch, so I missed some of the discussions. But very quickly, my opinion on that. I fear that China is somehow trapped by some of the necessities of capital, namely the necessity of growth, of constant and unlimited growth, capital accumulation. So this is one of the forces, in my opinion, which drive China for a new position in the world economy, which creates this bunch of new tensions, some of that I've been talking about. And then if eventually the CCP will be able to escape from this trap, to resolve these tensions in the direction of socialism, then it's really very hard to predict. Hopefully, yes, but really, I would say it's very hard to predict.
I just want to just thank Attila and Radhika for her suggestions, and I'm just going to continue thinking about it. So thank you.
Okay, so we then end abruptly. Big applause for everybody. Thank you so much. And we see each other tomorrow. Attila wants to announce.
Yes, so one thing which we should make clear. So we start tomorrow at 1 local time. And of course, everybody is extremely welcome. And then with a smaller section, we continue. So let's meet in 15 minutes here at the lobby. Is that okay? Cool. Okay. Brilliant. Thank you very much for all the presentations and the excellent talk. Really, really great. I mean, honestly, I think we have to be thankful. Thank you very much indeed. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.